Welcome and thank you for being here tonight. This is your quiet time to unwind. In this session, we'll explore 50 science-backed habits for a happier, calmer life. Each habit is rooted in research, but shared gently in a way that feels like a calm conversation before sleep. As you listen, you don't need to focus on every word. It's perfectly fine if your mind drifts or if you fall asleep along the way. Let these ideas wash over you like a lullaby of small, positive changes. If you'd like more peaceful content like this, I invite you to like this video and subscribe, so you can return whenever you need a soft moment of calm.
Number 1. Practice daily gratitude. Make it a habit to notice and appreciate the good things in your life, big or small. Research in positive psychology shows that regularly reflecting on what you're thankful for can significantly boost optimism and life satisfaction, according to research by Emmons and McCullough in 2003. By counting your blessings each day, such as a cozy home or a kind gesture, you shift your focus toward positivity. This gentle gratitude practice grounds you in the present and leaves you with a warmer, calmer outlook at bedtime. Our lives often feel richer when we remember to pause and acknowledge what's going well. According to a large Harvard Nurses' Health study that tracked over 49,000 women, those who frequently felt grateful experienced lower stress, better sleep, and even a lower risk of heart issues. Psychologists like Robert Emmons and Michael McCullough have also found that keeping a simple gratitude journal for a few minutes each day can significantly boost optimism and reduce symptoms of depression, because focusing on the positive helps our brains build new pathways for hope and calm. One way to deepen this habit is to make gratitude a soothing bedtime ritual. As you settle in for the night, mentally or physically list 3 things that brought you joy. Perhaps the smell of morning coffee, the smile of a loved one, or the feeling of sunshine on your skin. Over time, this nightly practice becomes a gentle reminder that even on challenging days, there is good to be found. You might also share your appreciation with others, sending a quick message or thank you note. Expressing genuine thanks not only brightens someone else's day, but reinforces your own sense of connection and contentment. Gratitude doesn't have to be grand to make a difference. Keep a small journal by your bedside and jot down 1 or 2 things you appreciate each day. Even if they're simple comforts like warm socks or a friendly smile from a stranger. Over time, this practice trains your mind to scan for good moments, and you may notice yourself savoring them more naturally. Sharing your gratitude with family or friends can also deepen connections and inspire others to reflect on what they treasure. When we consciously practice gratitude, we train our minds to linger on what is working rather than ruminating on what is lacking. Researchers in the field of positive psychology have found that people who regularly note what they are thankful for tend to experience more joy and overall life satisfaction. Keeping a small notebook by your bedside and jotting down 3 highlights from your day invites a sense of closure and contentment that can carry you into restful sleep. Over time, This simple practice rewires your attention toward abundance and away from scarcity.
Another way to cultivate gratitude is by expressing appreciation directly to others. Consider taking a moment to send a text, write a letter, or make a call to thank someone for their support or kindness. This shared acknowledgement not only strengthens your connection, it also reinforces the habit of looking for good things that you might otherwise overlook. Imagine the warmth that follows when you tell a friend how much you value their laughter, or when you thank a colleague for their patience on a stressful day. These small gestures compound into a more grateful outlook on life. Gratitude can also be experienced by turning your attention to the rhythms of nature and the everyday conveniences that sustain you. A sip of clean water, a shaft of morning sunlight, or the smell of fresh bread, each become reminders of how much supports our lives unseen. Some cultures begin meals with a pause to acknowledge everyone who played a role in bringing the food to the table, from farmers and cooks to drivers and shopkeepers. By weaving such reflective pauses into daily routines, you cultivate a calmer sense of interdependence and an appreciation for life's quiet blessings. Finally, remember that gratitude doesn't have to gloss over hardship. Acknowledge the difficulties you face while still searching for points of light. For example, if a long-anticipated trip is canceled, you might feel disappointment, yet you might also find gratitude for the time freed up to rest or to connect with someone at home. Such balanced awareness allows you to hold complex emotions without denying either pain or joy. Over time, this nuanced practice can build resilience and steady your mood when faced with life's inevitable ups and downs.
Number 2. Invest in relationships and connection. Prioritize time with family, friends, or anyone who brings you comfort. An almost 80-year Harvard study found that close relationships are one of the strongest predictors of happiness and health, according to research by Waldinger in 2017. Simply being present with loved ones, sharing your day, or listening deeply creates a sense of support and belonging. Over time, nurturing these bonds provides a reassuring emotional safety net, helping you feel more content and at ease. Our relationships act like anchors in the ever-changing tides of life. The Harvard study of adult development, an 8-decade-long research project, found that close, supportive relationships are more influential for long-term happiness than wealth or fame. People who felt connected at age 50 turned out to be the healthiest and happiest in their 80s, suggesting that nurturing our bonds is a wise investment. Even simple acts like sharing a meal or taking a walk together can increase oxytocin, the bonding hormone, and decrease stress. Try scheduling regular, unrushed time with those you love. This could be a weekly coffee date with a friend, an evening phone call with family, or even a shared hobby like cooking or gardening. During these moments, practice listening deeply without rushing to fix anything. When you prioritize quality connection, you create a cushion of emotional support that can soften life's challenges. And remember,
Making new friends counts too. Joining clubs or volunteering can open doors to meaningful bonds. Meaningful relationships often grow through tiny gestures repeated over time. Sending a thoughtful message just to say you're thinking of someone, offering to help with a chore, or scheduling a regular catch-up call can strengthen bonds. These small investments accumulate into a sturdy foundation of trust and affection. When life gets busy, even a quick check-in or a shared laugh can remind you that you're part of a supportive community. Human beings are inherently social creatures, and a wealth of research has shown that strong, supportive relationships are among the greatest predictors of both happiness and longevity. Long-running studies tracking people over decades reveal that those who cultivate close friendships and maintain meaningful family ties tend to experience better mental and physical health. Feelings of belonging help regulate stress responses, lower inflammation, and provide a buffer during difficult times. You don't need a huge circle to reap these benefits. Even a few deep connections can make a world of difference. Make time for connecting by prioritizing regular check-ins with the people that matter to you. This could be a weekly coffee date, a standing coffee date, or a walk together in the park. Sharing life's ordinary details, how your garden is growing, what book you're reading, or a funny moment from your day, fosters intimacy and keeps conversations from becoming purely transactional. Active listening, where you truly attend to another's words and emotions without immediately planning your response, deepens empathy and allows both parties to feel seen and understood. It's equally important to nurture new connections throughout life. Join local clubs, classes, or community groups where you can meet people with shared interests. Volunteering is a powerful way to forge bonds, as working alongside others towards a common goal builds camaraderie. If social anxiety makes it hard to meet people, start small. Smile at a neighbor, ask a colleague about their weekend, or comment on a book someone's reading at a cafe. Over time, these small acts of openness can blossom into rich, supportive relationships. Remember that relationships are living entities that require care and flexibility. As years pass, priorities and circumstances change. Friends move away, careers shift, and families grow. Communicate openly about your needs and boundaries. Offer forgiveness when misunderstandings arise, and be willing to adapt together. During stressful periods, reaching out rather than withdrawing can prevent isolation. A heartfelt conversation or a shared tear can transform a challenge into a moment of profound closeness. By investing in relationships regularly, you build a resilient network that uplifts you and those you care about.
Number 3. Meditate mindfully. Try spending a few minutes each day focusing on your breath or observing your thoughts without judgment. Studies have found that mindfulness meditation can reduce anxiety and stress while improving mood, according to research by Goyle et al. In 2014. You don't need to clear your mind completely. Just gently returning your attention to the present moment is enough. This practice teaches your brain to settle down, so you carry a sense of quiet and centeredness into the rest of your day. Meditation offers a moment of quiet in our busy minds. A meta-analysis of 47 clinical trials led by Johns Hopkins researchers concluded that mindfulness meditation provides moderate relief from anxiety and depression, comparable to some forms of medication. By paying gentle attention to your breath or bodily sensations, you teach your brain to recognize thoughts without getting swept away by them. Over time, this can rewire neural pathways so that calm becomes a more familiar state. If you're new to meditation, start small. Set a timer for 5 minutes and find a comfortable place to sit. Focus on the natural rhythm of your breathing. When thoughts arise, and they will, acknowledge them kindly and bring your focus back to the breath. Apps and guided meditations can be helpful guides, offering soothing voices and gentle structure. Eventually, you may find mindful moments throughout your day, feeling the warmth of a mug in your hands, noticing the rise and fall of your chest, or simply pausing to take a conscious breath before responding in conversation. These little pauses can create a surprisingly large space for peace. Once you become comfortable with basic meditation, you might explore different styles to see what resonates. Loving kindness meditation, for example, focuses on directing warmth toward yourself and others, fostering compassion. Body scan meditations guide your awareness through each part of your body, releasing tension you didn't realize you were holding. Experimenting with various techniques can keep your practice fresh and help you discover new sources of calm. Mindfulness meditation invites you to rest your attention on the present moment, gently noticing thoughts, sensations, and feelings without judging or getting swept away by them. Research across numerous clinical studies has shown that regular mindfulness practice can reduce symptoms of anxiety and depression, improve concentration, and increase feelings of calm. When you sit quietly and watch your breath or observe the sensations in your body, you create a mental space where worries lose their grip. This space is what allows you to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Many beginners find it helpful to start with short sessions, perhaps 5 minutes in the morning and 5 minutes before bed, gradually lengthening the time as the practice becomes more familiar. You can sit on a cushion, lie down, or even walk slowly as you pay attention to each step. The key is consistency. Some days your mind will wander repeatedly, and that's okay. The act of noticing and bringing your attention back is itself the practice. Think of it like strengthening a muscle. Each gentle return builds your capacity for focus and equanimity. Over time, mindfulness begins to permeate daily life beyond formal practice. You might find yourself taking a mindful breath before responding to an email, noticing the feel of warm water on your hands while washing dishes, or pausing to really taste your first sip of tea. These micro moments of presence accumulate, gradually making your days feel more spacious and less hurried. If you struggle with traditional meditation, other contemplative practices such as mindful drawing, knitting, or Tai Chi can offer similar benefits by anchoring your attention in the here and now. Remember that mindfulness isn't about striving for a blank mind or chasing blissful states. It's about meeting your experience with curiosity and kindness. On difficult days, sitting with discomfort can feel challenging, but it teaches you to tolerate strong emotions without being overwhelmed. As you cultivate this gentle awareness, you may notice a greater sense of compassion toward yourself and others. Many practitioners report feeling more grounded, less reactive, and more connected to the world around them.
Number 4. Spend time in nature. A walk in the park, sitting under a tree,
or even watching clouds can work wonders for your well-being. Growing evidence shows that exposure to natural environments lowers stress hormones and boosts mood, according to research by White et al. In 2019. In one large study, people who spent at least 2 hours a week in green spaces were much more likely to feel healthy and content, according to research by White et al. In 2019. Immersing yourself in nature's gentle beauty, the rustle of leaves, the sound of birds, can instill a profound sense of calm and awe, helping everyday worries fade away. Nature has a remarkable way of calming the nervous system. In a study published in Frontiers in Psychology, participants who spent 20 to 30 minutes in a natural setting 3 times a week experienced a significant drop in cortisol levels, the body's stress hormone. After about half an hour, the benefits continued, but at a slower rate, suggesting that even short doses of greenery have powerful effects. The sounds of birds, the scent of pine, and the feel of fresh air all send signals to our brain that we're safe and can relax. You don't need to climb a mountain to enjoy nature's gifts. A stroll through a park, tending to houseplants, or simply sitting under a tree can provide the same soothing benefits. Try noticing details, the texture of bark, the dance of leaves in the breeze, or the light changing through clouds. Some people keep a small plant on their desk or look at photos of beautiful landscapes when they can't get outside. These simple acts help reconnect you to the rhythms of the natural world, inviting a grounded sense of calm into your day. If visiting a park isn't always possible, bring nature indoors by keeping houseplants, displaying landscape photos, or listening to recordings of birdsong and rain. Even brief interactions with nature, like watching clouds drift or tending a windowsill herb garden, can evoke a sense of wonder. On particularly stressful days, a few minutes outside or gazing at greenery can provide a quick reset, reminding you that there's a world beyond your worries. Spending time outdoors provides a restorative counterbalance to the busyness and indoor orientation of modern life. Studies show that even short periods in natural settings, whether a city park, a forest trail, or a quiet garden, can lower levels of the stress hormone cortisol, reduce blood pressure, and lift mood. The sights, sounds, and smells of nature soothe our senses and remind us that we are part of a larger living system. Even gazing at trees from a window has been shown to reduce mental fatigue compared to looking at a concrete wall. To make nature time a regular habit, consider integrating small doses into your routine. Take a 10-minute walk during your lunch break, move your morning stretching outside, or eat dinner on a balcony or porch when the weather allows. Gardening and caring for plants can be a particularly accessible way to connect with the cycles of growth and change. If you live in a dense urban area, seek out nearby green spaces, botanical gardens, or community gardens. Even houseplants can bring a touch of green into indoor environments and have been associated with improved mood and creativity. For deeper immersion, try setting aside time for longer excursions to beaches, mountains, or countryside. Practices like forest bathing, a Japanese tradition of slowly walking through woodlands while engaging your senses, have been linked to enhanced immune function and reduced anxiety. Camping under the stars or simply sitting by a river can quiet your inner chatter and evoke awe at the vastness of the natural world. When you intentionally slow down outdoors, you may notice intricate patterns on leaves, the complex chorus of birdsong, or the way sunlight plays on water. These observations can anchor you in the present moment and cultivate gratitude. Remember that the benefits of nature aren't limited to pleasant weather or exotic locations. Rain, snow, and wind each offer unique sensory experiences and opportunities for reflection. A brisk walk on a chilly day can invigorate your body and sharpen your mind. A gentle drizzle might invite you to appreciate the scent of wet earth. By honoring the rhythms of the natural world year-round, you align yourself with its cycles and tap into a timeless source of calm and wonder.
Number 5. Perform acts of kindness. Doing something nice for others, like helping a neighbor or sending a kind note, actually lifts your spirit too. A systematic review of dozens of studies concluded that people who performed random acts of kindness felt happier as a result, according to research by Curry et al. In 2018. The size of the act doesn't matter. Even small gestures release feel-good brain chemicals and foster social connection. By brightening someone else's day, you'll likely find that your own heart feels lighter and more peaceful. Kindness isn't just nice for others, it's medicinal for us. Research from Oxford University shows that performing small acts of kindness for 7 days in a row boosts happiness and life satisfaction. Other studies find that giving to others releases oxytocin, the love hormone, and endorphins, creating a natural high. A Harvard Business School study even discovered that people who spent money on others felt happier than those who spent it on themselves, highlighting that generosity fuels well-being. You don't need grand gestures to feel the magic of kindness. Offer to carry a heavy bag for someone, pay a heartfelt compliment, or surprise a friend with a homemade treat. You might also commit a random act of kindness anonymously, leaving flowers on a neighbor's doorstep, or donating to a cause you care about. As you give, notice the warmth that spreads through you. These simple exchanges remind us that we're all connected, fostering a gentle happiness that lingers long after the moment has passed. Kindness is a powerful yet often underestimated practice that radiates positive effects for both the giver and receiver. Scientists have observed that when we perform kind acts, our bodies release oxytocin, sometimes called the love hormone, which fosters feelings of connection and contentment. Kindness also triggers the release of endorphins, those natural chemicals that create a sense of warmth and happiness. These physiological responses help explain why helping others often leaves us feeling uplifted and energized. Kindness acts needs not be grand or expensive. Holding the door for someone laden with groceries, offering your seat on public transport, complimenting a colleague's efforts, or sending a handwritten note of appreciation can all brighten someone's day. Consider organizing a meal train for a friend recovering from illness, or leaving a care package on a neighbor's doorstep. When you pay attention to opportunities for kindness in everyday situations, you begin to see that the world is rich with moments where a small gesture can create a ripple of goodwill. Research suggests that kindness is contagious. Observing someone else being kind often inspires us to act kindly ourselves. You might notice this when waiting in line. One person lets another go ahead, and suddenly a chain reaction of courtesy emerges. Communities that encourage kindness tend to be more cohesive and supportive. To cultivate this, you can volunteer at local shelters, mentor young people, or participate in community projects. Such collective acts not only benefit those in need, but also reinforce a sense of shared purpose and belonging among participants. It's also important to include yourself in the circle of kindness. Self-kindness, speaking to yourself with patience, allowing rest when you are fatigued, or forgiving yourself for mistakes, replenishes your capacity to care for others. By treating yourself with the same compassion you would offer a friend, you break cycles of self-criticism and create internal conditions that support well-being. From this nourished place, acts of kindness toward others flow more naturally, creating a virtuous circle of generosity and joy.
Number 6. Practice forgiveness. Letting go of grudges and resentment can free you emotionally. Recent research suggests that actively forgiving someone is linked to lower anxiety and depression, better sleep, and reduced stress biomarkers like blood pressure, according to research by Salomon in 2024. Forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting or excusing harm. It means releasing the hold that anger has on you. Over time, this gentle act of grace unburdens your mind. You create space for happier feelings, satisfaction, compassion, even closure, which brings a deep sense of relief and calm. Forgiveness can feel like setting down a heavy backpack. In a multi-country study spanning 5 nations, participants who completed a 2-week forgiveness workbook reported significant decreases in anxiety and depression compared to those who didn't. Researchers concluded that forgiving others and ourselves is an important part of healing from trauma and moving forward. Holding on to resentment keeps our nervous system on high alert. Letting go allows for physical and emotional relief. Forgiving doesn't mean condoning harm or forgetting what happened. It means choosing not to be consumed by anger. You might start by writing a letter you never send, articulating your feelings and releasing them onto paper. Or practice self-forgiveness by acknowledging mistakes, learning from them, and offering yourself the same compassion you'd extend to a friend. Over time, this gentler stance frees mental space and invites in more joy and peace. Forgiveness often takes time, and it's okay to move at your own pace. Start by acknowledging the hurt and allowing yourself to feel whatever emotions arise. When you're ready, consider the perspective of the person involved and the circumstances that led to the hurt. This can soften rigid judgments and open the door to empathy. Writing a letter to the person, even if you never send it, can help articulate your feelings and clarify your decision to release the resentment. Forgiveness also applies inwardly. Many of us hold ourselves to unrealistic standards and berate ourselves for perceived failures. Over time, this internal harshness erodes confidence and peace of mind. When you forgive yourself for mistakes, you acknowledge your humanity and recognize that growth comes through trial and error. Next time you catch yourself in self-criticism, pause and speak to yourself as you would to a dear friend. Gently, acknowledging the lesson learned and vowing to try again. Practicing forgiveness is not a one-time act, but an ongoing process, especially when wounds are deep. Some days you may feel at peace. Other days, the old anger might resurface. This is normal. Returning again and again to the intention to forgive is what gradually transforms the hurt. Over time, many people find that forgiveness brings unexpected gifts, increased resilience, wisdom, and even gratitude for the strength gained through adversity.
Number 7. Exercise regularly. Move your body. Make physical activity a pleasant part of your routine, whether it's a relaxed walk, dancing in your living room, or gentle yoga. Regular exercise is a proven mood booster. It releases endorphins, our natural feel-good chemicals, and reduces stress hormones like cortisol, according to research by Choi et al. In 2019. In fact, even modest activity, such as 15 minutes of light jogging a day, has been associated with a significantly lower risk of depression, according to research by Choi et al. In 2019. Moving your body in ways you enjoy not only improves health, but also leaves you with a calm energy and a brighter mood long after you've finished. Moving your body is one of the most accessible mood boosters. A review in the Primary Care Companion to the Journal of Clinical Psychiatry notes that aerobic activities like walking, dancing, or cycling reduce symptoms of anxiety and depression by improving blood circulation in the brain and regulating stress hormones. Even short bouts of movement, as little as 10 minutes, can produce benefits, and 30 minutes of moderate exercise 3 times a week is often enough to support mental health. Choose activities that feel joyful rather than punitive. Maybe you stroll through your neighborhood at sunset, dance in your kitchen to your favorite song, or follow a gentle yoga video. Pay attention to how your body feels before, during, and after. Many people notice an almost immediate lift in energy and mood. Regular movement also improves sleep and boosts self-esteem, creating a positive feedback loop that supports happiness and calm. Moving together with others can increase motivation and fun. Join a dance class, take a weekend hike with friends, or do a virtual workout with a buddy. Celebrating each other's progress turns exercise into a social event rather than a chore. If you prefer solo activities, alternate different forms of movement throughout the week to keep things interesting.
A brisk walk one day, stretching or yoga the next. Regular movement is one of the most reliable mood boosters available, and you don't need to be an athlete to reap the benefits. Physical activity stimulates the release of endorphins, serotonin, and dopamine, neurochemicals associated with happiness and reduced pain perception. Researchers have found that even moderate exercise, such as brisk walking for 30 minutes 3 times a week, can significantly lower symptoms of anxiety and depression. Exercise also promotes better sleep, enhances cognitive function, and supports a healthy heart. To cultivate a sustainable exercise habit, choose activities that you genuinely enjoy. This could be dancing to your favorite music, swimming, practicing yoga, cycling along a scenic route, or gardening. If motivation is an issue, find a workout buddy or join a class so you can share the experience. Integrate small movements into your day by taking the stairs instead of the lift, stretching while watching television, or going for short walks during breaks. Over time, these micro-habits accumulate into meaningful physical benefits. Consider also the mental clarity that often follows a workout. Many people report feeling more focused and creatively energized after moving their bodies. Outdoor exercise combines the benefits of physical activity with those of nature exposure, offering a double dose of upliftment. If you are new to exercise or have health concerns, consult with a healthcare professional before starting a new routine. Begin gently and listen to your body. The goal is to nurture your well-being, not to push yourself into injury. As you stick with regular movement, notice how your relationship with your body evolves. You may start to appreciate your body for what it can do, rather than how it looks. Celebrating small milestones, such as walking a bit further without fatigue, or mastering a yoga pose, can reinforce your commitment. Remember, the goal is not perfection, but participation. Every step, stretch, or swim helps build a foundation of vitality and calm that supports all other areas of your life.
Number 8. Get enough sleep. Prioritize a full, restful night's sleep as a non-negotiable habit. Sleep and mood are closely intertwined. Even partial sleep deprivation can dramatically increase irritability and stress, according to research by Harvard Medical School in 2020. In one study, people limited to about 4.5 hours of sleep per night for a week felt far more anxious, sad, and mentally exhausted. When they resumed normal sleep, their mood rebounded, according to research by Harvard Medical School in 2020. Adequate sleep allows your brain to process emotions and your body to recover, so you wake up calmer, more emotionally balanced, and better able to handle the day's ups and downs. Sleep is a cornerstone of emotional balance. Harvard health experts explain that when our circadian rhythms become misaligned, for example from shift work or inconsistent bedtimes, the risk of mood disorders like depression and anxiety rises dramatically. Night shift workers, for instance, are 40% more likely to develop depression than daytime workers. Keeping a consistent sleep schedule helps regulate hormones, support brain function, and allow the body to repair. To improve sleep quality, try establishing a calming pre-bed routine. Dim the lights, lower screens, or set them aside entirely, and engage in a relaxing activity, such as reading or gentle stretching. Create a dark, comfortable sleeping environment, and aim to wake up and go to bed at roughly the same time, even on weekends. If you struggle with racing thoughts, jotting them down in a notebook before bed can help clear your mind. Over time, quality sleep becomes the foundation upon which a peaceful, resilient life is built. Naps can be a powerful way to recharge when used wisely. A short 20-minute rest during the afternoon can improve alertness and mood without leaving you groggy. Keep in mind that caffeine and screen exposure in the late afternoon can delay sleep onset at night, so aim to reduce these stimuli as bedtime approaches. Cultivating a calm, dark sleep environment and a consistent bedtime routine signals to your body that it's time to rest. Adequate sleep is a cornerstone of physical and emotional well-being. During sleep, the brain consolidates memories, repairs tissues, and regulates hormones that influence mood. Chronic sleep deprivation has been linked to higher risk of depression, irritability, and difficulty concentrating. Scientists have also discovered that our circadian rhythm, an internal clock that guides sleep-wake cycles, plays a crucial role in maintaining emotional stability. Aligning your sleep schedule with your natural rhythm supports a calmer, more balanced mind. Establishing a consistent sleep routine signals to your body when it is time to wind down. Aim for 7 to 9 hours of sleep each night, and try to go to bed and wake up at roughly the same time, even on weekends. Create a relaxing pre-bed ritual. Dim lights, limit screen time, read a book or listen to gentle music. Keep your bedroom cool, dark, and quiet. Consider using blackout curtains, earplugs, or white noise if necessary. A supportive mattress and comfortable bedding can also enhance sleep quality. For those with irregular schedules or shift work, making sleep a priority becomes even more vital. A short nap during the day can help mitigate fatigue, but long daytime naps may interfere with nighttime sleep. Pay attention to caffeine and alcohol intake, particularly in the afternoon and evening, as these substances can disrupt sleep cycles. If your mind races when you lie down, journaling or practicing relaxation techniques such as progressive muscle relaxation can help quiet thoughts. Sometimes, sleep issues are rooted in underlying health conditions such as insomnia, sleep apnea, or restless leg syndrome. If you consistently struggle to fall asleep or stay asleep despite practicing good sleep hygiene, seek guidance from a healthcare provider. Remember that restful sleep is not an indulgence but a necessity. When you regularly meet your body's need for sleep, you may notice greater patience, clearer thinking, and a more positive outlook throughout your day.
Number 9. Find meaning and purpose.
Devote time to activities or goals that give you a sense of purpose. Research indicates that having a clear sense of meaning in life is associated with greater happiness and even better health, according to research by Hill and Turiano in 2014. This could be anything that matters deeply to you: caring for family, a creative passion, or work that you find fulfilling. When you spend time on what aligns with your core values, it nurtures a quiet contentment. Purpose acts as a gentle anchor during stressful times, reminding you that your life has direction and significance beyond any immediate worry.
Having a sense of meaning and purpose is a powerful motivator. Research involving over 6,000 adults from midlife through retirement age found that individuals with a strong sense of purpose were more likely to live longer across a 14-year follow-up period. Purpose gives our daily actions context and our struggles meaning, encouraging us to persevere through difficulties. It also appears to bolster our immune system and resilience. You can cultivate purpose by reflecting on what matters most to you. Perhaps caring for family, mastering a craft, serving your community, or advancing a cause you believe in. Writing down your values and long-term goals can help clarify direction. Don't worry if your purpose evolves. Allow it to be a living compass. Even small steps in the direction of purpose,
like volunteering once a month or learning a new skill, can create a deep sense of satisfaction and steady calm. Purpose doesn't always have to be tied to career or productivity. It can emerge through caring for loved ones, cultivating a passion project, or being an advocate for causes you believe in. If you feel uncertain about your purpose, experiment with activities that pique your interest and notice which make you feel most alive. Purpose often evolves with time, so check in periodically to see what motivates and fulfills you now. A sense of meaning and purpose provides an anchor during life's inevitable storms. Psychologists have found that people who feel their lives have direction and significance tend to experience better mental health and even lower mortality rates. Purpose doesn't have to come from grand achievements. It often arises from everyday roles and passions, nurturing a family, caring for pets, contributing to a cause, expressing creativity, or learning new skills. When you identify and connect with what truly matters to you, other challenges can feel more manageable. To uncover or deepen your sense of purpose, reflect on the activities and values that energize you. What topics do you lose track of time exploring? When do you feel most alive or useful? Writing about your ideal day or recalling moments when you felt proud can offer clues. Talking with friends, mentors, or counselors about your strengths and interests may also illuminate pathways you hadn't considered. Remember that purpose can evolve over time. Stay open to new experiences that might ignite a spark. Engaging with community is a powerful way to infuse life with meaning. Volunteering, joining local initiatives, or supporting neighbors fosters a sense of belonging and contribution. For some, purpose is rooted in creative expression, painting, writing, dancing, or singing, not just for an audience, but as a means of connecting with something larger than oneself. Others find meaning in exploring spiritual or philosophical questions, engaging in activism, or nurturing gardens. The key is to pursue what resonates authentically rather than what you feel you should be doing. Purpose can be particularly grounding during difficult times. When facing illness, loss, or uncertainty, reconnecting with why you get up each morning can offer strength and perspective. For instance, focusing on the desire to set an example of resilience for your children, to advocate for justice, or to share beauty with the world can motivate you to persevere. Purpose is less about having a rigid plan and more about embracing the process of living with intention. When you align your days with your core values, you cultivate a lasting sense of fulfillment and peace. Number 10. Cultivate self-compassion. Be as kind and understanding toward yourself as you would be to a good friend. Psychology research shows that self-compassion, treating yourself with gentleness and forgiveness instead of harsh criticism, is strongly linked to greater emotional resilience and well-being, according to research by Neff in 2009. The next time you feel you've fallen short, try offering yourself reassuring words. Over time, this supportive inner voice replaces self-judgment with comfort. You'll find that facing life's challenges becomes less stressful when you're not tearing yourself down. A soft acceptance takes its place, bringing more peace of mind. Self-compassion means treating yourself with kindness when things go wrong. Psychological research shows that people with higher self-compassion have greater happiness, optimism, and connectedness, and lower levels of anxiety and depression.
By acknowledging our flaws with gentleness instead of harsh self-criticism, we foster resilience. Self-compassion also supports stable self-worth because it isn't dependent on external achievements. To practice, try speaking to yourself the way you would to a beloved friend when they're struggling. Instead of saying, "I'm such a failure," you might say, "This is really hard, but I'm doing my best and learning." Writing yourself a compassionate letter during challenging times can also shift your internal dialogue. Over time, you may notice that your inner critic softens, making room for a warmer, more encouraging voice. The kind that fuels growth and soothes the nervous system. Self-compassion can be reinforced with physical gestures. Try placing a hand on your heart or giving yourself a gentle hug when you're feeling upset. This simple act can calm the nervous system. You might also record a compassionate letter to yourself and listen to it when self-doubt arises. The more you practice treating yourself kindly, the easier it becomes to respond to mistakes or stress with patience rather than harshness. Self-compassion invites you to treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a good friend. Psychological research has demonstrated that people who practice self-compassion tend to experience lower levels of anxiety and depression, and higher levels of happiness, resilience, and life satisfaction. Rather than harshly criticizing yourself for perceived shortcomings, self-compassion encourages a gentle acknowledgement of imperfection and the recognition that struggle is part of the human experience. One component of self-compassion is self-kindness. When you make a mistake or face a setback, instead of replaying negative thoughts, try speaking to yourself in soothing, supportive words. You might say, "That was difficult, but I'm learning and doing my best." Or, "Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, I'll try again tomorrow." Placing a hand over your heart while offering these affirmations can reinforce the feeling of care and comfort. Another component is recognizing common humanity, the understanding that you are not alone in your struggles. Realizing that others experience similar fears, failures, and doubts can relieve feelings of isolation. This perspective fosters connection and empathy, reminding you that you belong to a wider community of imperfect people. Mindfulness, calmly observing thoughts and emotions without judgment, completes the trio of self-compassion. By mindfully acknowledging painful feelings without exaggerating them or pushing them away, you create space to respond rather than react. Over time, this practice cultivates emotional stability and a more balanced sense of self. When you approach yourself with gentleness, your inner critic softens, allowing confidence and calm to root.
Number 11. Practice deep breathing. When stress or panic builds, try a simple breathing exercise. Inhaling deeply through your nose, then slowly exhaling for a longer count through your mouth can activate your body's relaxation response. In fact, just 5 minutes a day of controlled deep breathing has been shown to significantly lower anxiety and improve mood, according to research by Leggett in 2023. This works by slowing your heart rate and telling your nervous system it's safe to relax. Anytime you feel tension rising, whether in traffic or before sleep, a few gentle, slow breaths can steady you. It's like a built-in calm button you can press anywhere, anytime. Deep breathing is a simple yet potent way to calm your body. A review in Frontiers in Physiology found that controlled breathing exercises can lower stress, reduce anxiety, and even decrease blood pressure by several millimeters of mercury, sometimes within 30 seconds. Slow, intentional breaths stimulate the parasympathetic nervous system, sending a physiological message of safety that counteracts fight or flight responses. One technique to try is 4-7-8 breathing. Inhale through your nose for a count of 4, hold for a count of 7, then exhale slowly through your mouth for a count of 8. Repeat this cycle 4 times. You might practice while lying in bed, sitting in traffic, or whenever you feel tension rising. Over time, regular deep breathing can become an anchor, readily available to steady your mind and body when life feels overwhelming. Integrating deep breathing into daily routines can amplify its effects. For example, take several intentional breaths before meals, while waiting in line, or as you transition between tasks. You can also pair breathing with simple movements like shoulder rolls or gentle stretches to release physical tension. Over time, these mini practices accumulate, making calm breathing a natural response to stress. Taking slow, deliberate breaths is a simple yet powerful way to calm the nervous system. Deep breathing activates the parasympathetic branch of the nervous system, which counters the fight or flight response by lowering heart rate and blood pressure. In both laboratory settings and in everyday life, people who engage in regular deep breathing exercises report less stress and greater clarity of mind. Because you can practice it anywhere, at your desk, in bed, or while waiting in line, deep breathing is a convenient tool for finding calm in the midst of daily activities. A popular technique involves inhaling through your nose for a count of 4, holding for a count of 4, then exhaling slowly through your mouth for a count of 6. This extended exhale stimulates the vagus nerve, which helps slow the heart and relax the body. You can adjust the counts to suit your comfort. The key is to ensure the exhale is slightly longer than the inhale. As you breathe, focus on the sensation of your belly rising and falling, letting your shoulders drop and your jaw unclench. Practicing deep breathing for just a few minutes before bed can prepare your body for sleep by easing physical tension and quieting mental chatter. Similarly, a short breathing break between tasks can reset your attention and reduce the accumulation of stress throughout the day. Some people pair deep breathing with visualization, imagining inhaling calm and exhaling tension. Others combine it with affirmations or gentle movements like neck stretches. Find a rhythm that feels natural and supportive. If you have chronic stress or anxiety, consider incorporating deep breathing exercises into a broader relaxation practice, such as yoga, meditation, or progressive muscle relaxation. Over time, regular breathing exercises can contribute to better regulation of blood pressure and improved resilience in the face of everyday stressors. Think of your breath as a bridge between your mind and body. Accessible at any moment, it offers a path back to steadiness and peace.
Number 12. Journal your thoughts and feelings. Set aside a few minutes to write out what's on your mind, especially if something is bothering you. Expressive writing has well-documented benefits for mental health. Studies by psychologist James Pennebaker found that people who regularly wrote about their deepest thoughts and feelings experienced less stress and better emotional well-being, according to research by Pennebaker in 1997. The page becomes a private, non-judgmental space to unload worries, make sense of emotions, or note what went well. Many find that journaling at night, perhaps by low light, helps empty the mind of swirling thoughts. This reflective habit can bring clarity, emotional release, and a comforting sense of self-understanding, all of which promote calm. Putting pen to paper can be profoundly healing. The Child Mind Institute explains that expressive writing, journaling about your thoughts and feelings, has been linked to improved emotional and physical health, boosted immune function, lower blood pressure, and better sleep. Writing helps organize swirling thoughts and can uncover insights that aren't evident when emotions remain bottled up. There's no right way to journal. You might keep a gratitude diary, track your moods, or simply vent freely for a page each evening. Some people like to end with a positive reflection, while others find it helpful to list worries and then brainstorm solutions. The key is honesty and consistency. Even 10 minutes a few times a week can lighten mental loads, provide clarity, and offer a comforting end-of-day ritual that signals it's time to unwind. Consider using your journal to track patterns in your mood and behavior. Over weeks, you may notice recurring themes or triggers that affect your well-being. This awareness can guide you toward helpful changes, such as setting boundaries or seeking support. Journaling about positive experiences can also build a bank of uplifting memories to revisit during tough times. Writing down your thoughts and feelings provides a private space to process emotions, gain clarity, and release mental tension. Studies on expressive writing have shown that journaling can lead to improved mood, enhanced immune function, and lower stress levels. Putting your experiences into words helps organize them in your mind, making it easier to recognize patterns, resolve conflicts, and identify needs. The act of writing itself can be cathartic, allowing emotions to move through you rather than remaining bottled up. There are many ways to journal. You might free-write whatever comes to mind without censoring yourself, focusing on sensations, thoughts, and emotions. Alternatively, you could keep a structured gratitude journal, where each day you list what you appreciate, or a problem-solving journal, where you brainstorm solutions to challenges. Some people enjoy creative journaling, incorporating sketches, collages, or mind maps. Experiment with different formats until you find one that feels right for you. To make journaling a habit, set aside a regular time and space. Early morning or before bed works well for many people. But you could also keep a small notebook with you to jot down insights whenever they arise. If you find yourself stuck, try starting with a prompt such as, "Today I feel," or "What I learned from this experience is." Remember, your journal is for your eyes only. Be honest and kind with yourself as you write. Some people worry that focusing on emotions might intensify negative feelings, but studies suggest that acknowledging emotions through writing actually reduces their intensity over time. By regularly checking in with yourself on the page, you become more attuned to your inner world. This self-awareness can guide healthier choices, improve communication with others, and enhance your ability to cope with stress. Journaling is both an act of self-care and a journey of discovery, offering a safe harbor where you can process life's ebb and flow.
Number 13. Limit screen time, especially before bed. Be mindful of how much time you spend on phones, computers, and TV, particularly in the evening. Research has linked heavy social media and screen use with higher anxiety and lower well-being, while reducing screen time can lead to improvements in mood and sleep, according to research by Hunt et al. In 2018. The constant influx of news, notifications, and blue light from screens can overstimulate your mind. By gently setting boundaries, for example, no screens an hour before bedtime, or designated offline breaks during the day, you allow your brain to unwind. Quiet moments without digital distractions can do wonders for restoring a sense of peace and focus. Screens connect us, but they can also drain us. A meta-analysis of studies on social media use suggests that limiting time on platforms to about 30 minutes per day decreases feelings of loneliness and symptoms of depression. Constant notifications and endless scrolling expose us to information overload, social comparison, and light that interferes with our sleep-wake cycle. Setting gentle limits allows our nervous system to relax. Consider establishing technology-free zones in your home or time blocks in your day. Put your phone in another room during meals, or leave it outside the bedroom at night. Replace late-night scrolling with a calming activity like reading, journaling, or stretching. You'll likely notice a clearer mind and deeper sleep, making it easier to greet each day with calm and positivity. Choosing specific screen-free activities can make unplugging more appealing. Replace nighttime scrolling with listening to a podcast, reading a novel, or practicing a hobby like coloring or knitting. Spending tech-free time with others, like playing a board game or cooking together, fosters connection and distracts from the urge to reach for a device. Creating small rituals around unplugging helps solidify it as a comforting, restorative practice. Modern devices keep us endlessly connected, yet excessive screen time, especially scrolling social media or watching bright screens late into the night, can disrupt sleep and increase feelings of anxiety or loneliness. Research has found that limiting social media use to a moderate amount can reduce depressive symptoms and foster a greater sense of connection with real-life relationships. Blue light emitted by screens can suppress melatonin, the hormone that signals your body to prepare for sleep, leading to difficulty falling or staying asleep. To create healthier boundaries with technology, start by noticing how much time you spend on screens each day and how you feel afterward. Consider designating tech-free zones or times, such as during meals, the first hour after waking, or the hour before bed. Replace evening scrolling with soothing alternatives, such as reading a book, practicing gentle stretching, listening to calming music, or having a face-to-face conversation. Turning off notifications, deleting apps that trigger mindless scrolling, or using settings to limit daily usage can also help. If you need to be online for work or connection, take regular breaks to rest your eyes and move your body. During the day, try interspersing online tasks with offline activities like stepping outside, watering plants, or making a cup of tea. These small breaks can reduce digital fatigue and help you stay grounded. Finally, remember that technology itself is not inherently bad. It's how and when we use it that matters. Use screens intentionally, perhaps to learn new skills, connect with loved ones far away, or relax with a favorite film, rather than as an automatic escape. Cultivating mindful digital habits can create more space for restorative sleep, meaningful interactions, and moments of quiet reflection.
Number 14. Engage in creative hobbies. Whether it's painting, knitting, playing an instrument, or cooking, lose yourself in a creative activity you enjoy. Creative pursuits have a therapeutic effect. One study found that 45 minutes of making art significantly lowered cortisol in 75% of participants, regardless of skill level, according to research by Kaimal in 2016. The act of creating puts you in a state of flow, where you become pleasantly absorbed in the present task. Time seems to melt away, and everyday worries recede. Afterward, you're often left with not just a product, but also a lingering sense of accomplishment and calm. Creative expression offers a unique form of therapy. In a study conducted by Drexel University, 75% of participants experienced a measurable drop in cortisol, a stress hormone, after just 45 minutes of making art, regardless of their artistic experience. Creative activities engage different brain networks, promoting flow states where time and worries seem to disappear. What counts as creative is entirely up to you. Doodling, knitting, crafting, cooking, playing music, or writing poetry. The goal isn't to produce a masterpiece, but to immerse yourself in the process. Giving yourself permission to play in this way can lighten your mood and offer a sense of accomplishment. You might even share your creations with others, which adds connection and joy to the experience. Sharing your creative work can deepen its impact. Join a local art group, attend a jam session, or gift a handmade item to a friend. The act of showing your creations fosters vulnerability and connection, and can inspire others to explore their creativity too. Remember that creativity is a journey of exploration. Focus on the process rather than perfection. Creative expression is a wellspring of joy and self-discovery. Research involving adults who spent time making art has shown reductions in stress hormones and improvements in overall mood. Painting, drawing, knitting, woodworking, cooking, gardening, or playing music allow you to explore and express parts of yourself that might not find expression in daily tasks. The process of creating can induce a state of flow, a pleasurable focus where time seems to disappear and worries recede. You don't need to be a professional artist to reap the benefits. The emphasis is on the act of creating rather than the result. Trying a new recipe, planting seeds and watching them sprout, singing in the shower, or writing poetry just for yourself are all forms of creative play. If you're unsure where to start, think about what you enjoyed as a child, or join a beginner's class to explore new mediums. Engaging in creative hobbies can also strengthen problem-solving skills and resilience. When you experiment with different colors, textures, or rhythms, you practice flexibility and adaptability. If something doesn't turn out as you imagined, you learn to reframe it as a surprise rather than a mistake. This mindset can carry over into other areas of life, making you more comfortable with uncertainty and more willing to take calculated risks. Creativity can be a social activity too. Joining a choir, a knitting circle,
or a writing group connects you with others who share your interest. Collaborating on projects fosters a sense of community and offers fresh perspectives. When you regularly set aside time for creative expression, you nurture a deeper connection with yourself and the world, enriching your life with beauty, meaning, and calm.
Number 15. Listen to calming or uplifting music. Make music a part of your daily routine to shape your mood. Listening to music you love can cause the brain to release dopamine, a neurotransmitter associated with pleasure and reward, according to research by Salimpour et al. In 2011. Gentle music with a slow tempo can physically relax your body by lowering heart rate and cortisol levels, while upbeat tunes can energize and improve your outlook. Many people find soft music in the evening eases the transition to sleep, and an upbeat playlist in the morning encourages a positive start to the day. By soundtracking your life with music that soothes or inspires you, you create an auditory space of calm and joy. Music has a direct line to our emotions. Neuroscientists have discovered that listening to songs we enjoy triggers the release of dopamine, the same feel-good chemical involved in eating delicious food or receiving a reward, and that even anticipating a favorite song can elicit this response. Slow, soothing music can lower heart rate and blood pressure, while upbeat tunes can energize us. Build playlists that match your mood or intention, calming tracks for winding down, and uplifting songs for getting ready in the morning. If you play an instrument, allow yourself to play simply for enjoyment rather than performance. You might also explore nature sounds or ambient music to accompany meditation or writing. Notice how different sounds affect your body, and choose those that bring comfort, focus, or joy. Music can be a bridge between people. Explore music from different cultures and eras, or ask friends to share songs that uplift them. Singing together, whether at home or in a group, synchronizes breathing and heart rhythms, promoting a sense of unity. Letting music accompany tasks like cooking or cleaning can transform mundane moments into enjoyable rituals. Music wields a remarkable ability to influence our emotions. Neuroscientists have found that listening to pleasurable music triggers the release of dopamine in the brain, the same neurotransmitter associated with rewards like delicious food or achieving a goal. Slow, gentle melodies can lower heart rate and blood pressure, while upbeat tunes can energize and lift your mood. Choosing music intentionally throughout your day can create an emotional soundtrack that supports your well-being. In the morning, you might play cheerful songs that motivate you to start the day. During work or study, instrumental music or nature sounds can enhance focus without distracting lyrics. Before bedtime, calm, ambient music or lullabies can prepare your mind and body for rest. Experiment with different genres to discover what resonates: classical, jazz, folk, world music, or your favorite childhood tunes. If you play an instrument or sing, making your own music amplifies the benefits by combining creative expression with emotional release. Community music groups, choirs, or drum circles offer opportunities to connect with others through sound. Even humming softly to yourself can be soothing. The gentle vibration in your chest can calm your nervous system. Remember that music taste is personal. What relaxes one person may irritate another. Pay attention to how different types of music affect your mood and energy. Curate playlists for different purposes: relaxation, concentration, joy, reflection, and keep them handy. Using music with intention transforms it from background noise to a supportive tool for emotional balance and calm.
Number 16. Be present in daily activities. Practice doing one thing at a time with full attention, whether it's drinking a cup of tea, taking a shower, or walking the dog. A well-known study using smartphone alerts found that people's minds wander frequently and that they tend to be less happy when their thoughts are off in the past or future, according to research by Killingsworth and Gilbert in 2010. In contrast, focusing on the now, even on simple, routine tasks, is associated with greater contentment. Try gently redirecting your mind to the current moment. Feel the warm water on your hands as you wash dishes, or truly listen during a conversation. This everyday mindfulness turns ordinary moments into many retreats, helping you feel more peaceful and alive throughout your day. Being present sounds simple, but our minds often wander. A widely cited study from Harvard showed that people spend nearly half of their waking hours thinking about something other than what they're doing. And this mind wandering is linked to lower happiness. When we're distracted, we miss the small pleasures right in front of us: the taste of a meal, the feel of warm water, or the sound of laughter. To cultivate presence, practice single tasking. Notice the sensation of each step during a walk, or the aroma of tea as it brews. You can also use a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 grounding technique. Silently note 5 things you can see, 4 you can touch, 3 you can hear, 2 you can smell, and 1 you can taste. As you bring your awareness fully to the here and now, daily life takes on a richer texture and a calm clarity emerges. Being present also means letting go of multitasking. Try putting away devices during meals or turning off notifications during work blocks to fully engage in what you're doing. You'll likely notice subtleties you previously missed: the texture of your food, the tone of a friend's voice. By giving your full attention, you not only enhance your experience, but also signal respect and care to those around you. Modern life often demands multitasking, which can fragment attention and diminish enjoyment. Cultivating presence means focusing on one thing at a time and fully engaging your senses in the moment. Psychologists have observed that people report greater happiness when they are absorbed in what they are doing, whether that is talking with a friend, cooking a meal, or walking in nature. When your mind wanders to worries about the future or replays of the past, Gently bringing your attention back to the present provides relief and clarity. You can practice presence with routine tasks. When brushing your teeth, feel the bristles against your gums, smell the toothpaste, and listen to the sound of running water. When eating, chew slowly and savor the flavors and textures rather than scrolling on your phone. Noticing the color of the sky on your morning walk or the warmth of a mug in your hand anchors you in reality and cultivates gratitude. Single tasking, focusing on one activity at a time, can improve efficiency and reduce stress. When you write an email, close other tabs. When you talk with a friend, put your phone away. If you find your thoughts drifting, guide them back with a gentle reminder such as, "Just this." Over time, this practice strengthens your ability to stay engaged and decreases the pull of distractions. Practicing presence also involves patience with yourself. Mind wandering is part of human nature and often provides useful insights. The goal is not to achieve perfect focus, but to develop awareness of when you've drifted and to choose to return. As you build this muscle of presence, everyday moments become richer and more meaningful, leaving less room for anxiety and more space for calm.
Number 17. Volunteer or contribute to your community. Altruism is a powerful mood booster. Studies have found that people who volunteer regularly tend to have higher well-being and life satisfaction, with some evidence that the mental health benefits of volunteering are especially strong after midlife, according to research by Optimism et al. In 2016. Giving your time at a soup kitchen, in a community garden, or simply helping a neighbor provides a sense of purpose and connection. It gently shifts your focus away from personal stresses and toward the shared human experience. Knowing that your actions make a positive difference creates a lasting warm glow and can put your own problems in perspective, fostering calm and gratitude. Giving time to others often gives back to us. In a large study reported by Reuters, people who volunteered regularly scored higher on mental health measures and reported greater life satisfaction, particularly those over 40. Volunteering creates a sense of community and purpose, and it can reduce feelings of isolation by fostering meaningful social connections. Find a cause that resonates with you, whether it's mentoring youth, caring for animals, or participating in neighborhood cleanups. Even small commitments, such as reading to children at a library once a month, can make a difference. Volunteering not only helps others, but also reinforces your own values and strengths, bringing a steady sense of fulfillment and peace. Giving back can take microforms. Offer to babysit for a friend, mentor someone in a skill you know, or participate in neighborhood cleanups. Online volunteering is another option. Editing documents, offering language practice, or providing professional advice can all be done remotely. Even small contributions can foster a sense of purpose and connection to your community. Giving your time and energy to help others
is one of the most reliable routes to greater happiness. Research indicates that people who volunteer regularly report higher levels of well-being and life satisfaction. Contributing to your community connects you with a larger purpose, fosters social ties, and reminds you that you can make a positive difference. The sense of accomplishment that comes from seeing the impact of your efforts often outweighs the time invested. Volunteering comes in many forms. You could tutor children, assist at a food bank, help maintain local parks, visit residents in care homes, or participate in environmental cleanup projects. Choose causes that resonate with your values and skills. If you enjoy cooking, consider preparing meals for those in need. If you love animals, volunteer at a rescue center. Your contribution doesn't have to be formal. Helping a neighbor with groceries or organizing a community potluck are also acts of service. Volunteering often creates ripple effects. Helping at a community garden might lead to friendships with fellow volunteers, new knowledge about sustainable living, and a greater appreciation for fresh food. Many people find that working on a cause shifts their perspective from personal worries to the needs of others, which can reduce stress and increase gratitude. For those in midlife and beyond, volunteering has been linked to better mental health, suggesting that contributing to the community becomes increasingly valuable as we age. If time constraints make volunteering challenging, seek small ways to be of service. Donate blood, share professional skills with nonprofits, or support community projects financially or through advocacy. Even a few hours a month can make a meaningful difference. By weaving acts of contribution into your life, you nurture a sense of connection and purpose that gently fortifies your own well-being.
Number 18. Laugh often. Find humor in life. Laughter truly is healing. Research over several decades shows that a good laugh relieves tension, reduces stress hormones, and even benefits your immune system, according to research by Harvard Medical School in 2020. Watching a funny show, reading a comic, or chatting with a humor-loving friend can quickly shift your mood. Laughter triggers the release of endorphins, the body's natural painkillers and mood elevators, which leaves you feeling relaxed and euphoric, according to research by Martin in 2001. Making space for humor, even at day's end, helps you not take things too seriously. It signals to your brain and body that it's okay to let go of worries, creating a lighthearted buffer against stress. Laughter truly is medicine. Harvard Medical School notes that a good belly laugh relieves tension, reduces stress hormones, and boosts immune function by increasing activity of infection-fighting cells. Laughing also triggers the release of dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins, natural painkillers that leave us feeling relaxed and euphoric. Invite more humor into your life by watching a lighthearted show, reading something funny, or spending time with people who share your sense of humor. Even intentionally smiling or laughing at something you find mildly amusing can set off the body's positive cascade. Keep a happy file of funny videos or jokes to turn to on difficult days. The more we make room for laughter, the more we train ourselves to see the lighter side of things, cultivating resilience and calm. Deliberately seeking humor can change the tenor of your day.
Keep a favorite comedy show or humorous podcast on hand for breaks, or swap funny stories with friends. Learning to laugh at yourself and situations that don't go as planned can ease tension and build resilience. Over time, a playful outlook can become your default, making it easier to bounce back from challenges. Laughter is a universal expression of joy and a powerful antidote to stress. When you laugh, your body releases endorphins that create a sense of pleasure and well-being. Laughter also reduces levels of stress hormones like cortisol, supports immune function, and relaxes muscles. In moments of tension, a good laugh can diffuse anxiety and bring people together, reminding us not to take ourselves too seriously. Seek out humor in everyday life. Share jokes with friends, watch comedies, read funny books, or observe the playful antics of children or pets. Cultivating an ability to laugh at yourself without putting yourself down can lighten the mood when you make mistakes or feel self-conscious. Humor often arises from noticing life's absurdities and embracing them with kindness. Consider keeping a folder of cartoons, memes, or videos that make you chuckle. When you need a mood lift, visit this collection for a quick boost. Some workplaces hold regular laugh breaks or share playful team activities to relieve stress and enhance camaraderie. Learning a few simple jokes to tell at social gatherings can also bring smiles and create connection. Laughter doesn't negate serious problems, but it does provide a momentary reprieve that allows you to return to challenges with renewed perspective. When life feels heavy, sharing a light-hearted moment with a friend can reaffirm the resilience of the human spirit. By inviting humor into your days, you create space for joy and cultivate a sense of playfulness that makes life's journey more enjoyable.
Number 19. Practice optimism. Gentle, positive thinking. Without denying life's real challenges, try to cultivate a hopeful outlook about the future. Psychological research finds that people who have an optimistic thinking style, who naturally expect good things or see the silver lining, tend to experience greater happiness and handle stress better, according to research by Carver and Shire in 2014. You can practice optimism by reframing setbacks as temporary and specific, or by noting what could go right in a situation. This isn't about blind cheerfulness. It's about gently training your mind to lean toward hope. Over time, optimism becomes a comforting habit of mind, one that can carry you through difficulties with less anxiety and more resilience. Optimism doesn't mean denying difficulties. It means choosing to believe that challenges can lead to growth. Researchers studying positive psychology have found that people who adopt an optimistic mindset tend to cope better with stress and enjoy higher well-being. Optimism can strengthen our immune system and lower the impact of setbacks, partly because it encourages problem-solving and perseverance. To cultivate optimism, start by noticing your habitual thought patterns. When something goes wrong, try reframing it as, instead of, "This will never work," think, "This is tough, but I've overcome challenges before and I can learn from this." Surround yourself with hopeful stories, whether through books, podcasts, or inspirational people. Keeping a positive experiences journal
or practicing gratitude also nudges your mind toward hope. Over time, your inner dialogue becomes more encouraging, which can make daily life feel lighter and more manageable. Optimism thrives in community. Surround yourself with people who uplift you and believe in growth. Share your hopes and dreams with trusted friends and ask them to remind you of your strengths when you're feeling discouraged. Practicing positive self-talk and affirmations can also reinforce an optimistic mindset, making hope a habit. Optimism involves expecting good things to happen while acknowledging and preparing for challenges. Studies show that people with a more optimistic outlook tend to cope better with stress and maintain higher levels of well-being. Optimism doesn't mean denying difficulties. Rather, it invites you to view setbacks as temporary and manageable, and to believe that your efforts will make a difference. To cultivate optimism, practice reframing negative thoughts. When faced with a setback, instead of thinking, "This always happens to me," try saying, "This is a difficult moment, but I have overcome challenges before and I can learn from this." Write down positive outcomes from past situations to remind yourself that things often turn out better than initially feared. Visualize desired outcomes and the steps you can take toward them. Surround yourself with people who support and encourage you, and try to limit exposure to chronic complainers or sources of constant negativity. Consuming inspiring stories through books, podcasts, or conversations can also nurture hope. Keeping a gratitude journal helps shift focus to what is going well, reinforcing an optimistic perspective. Finally, practice self-compassion when you struggle to stay positive. It's normal to feel discouraged at times. By gently acknowledging hard emotions and choosing to hold a hopeful attitude anyway, you build resilience. Optimism is less about seeing the world through rose-colored glasses and more about trusting that, with effort and support, you can navigate life's ups and downs.
Number 20.
Avoid social comparison. Try not to constantly compare your life with others, especially curated images on social media. Studies show that frequently comparing ourselves to others is associated with feelings of envy, lower self-esteem, and reduced happiness, according to research by Lubomirsky and Ross in 1997. Everyone's journey is unique, and outward appearances rarely tell the full story. When you catch yourself thinking, "They're so far ahead of me," or "She seems happier than I am," gently remind yourself that these thoughts aren't necessarily true or helpful. Instead, focus on your own progress and gratitude for what you have. Letting go of the comparison habit takes a weight off your shoulders. You'll likely feel more contentment, freedom, and calm acceptance of yourself. Social comparison is a thief of joy. Constantly measuring yourself against others, especially curated images on social media, can erode self-esteem and increase anxiety. Studies show that limiting social media use to a modest amount each day reduces feelings of loneliness and depression. Rather than focusing on someone else's highlight reel, shifting attention to your own journey cultivates acceptance and satisfaction. When you notice comparison thoughts, Gently redirect your mind toward your own values and progress. Track your personal growth or accomplishments instead of likes and followers. It may also help to curate your media feed so it features accounts that inspire rather than trigger envy. By focusing on your unique path, you invite calm and confidence back into your inner world. Curating your media feed thoughtfully can protect your peace. Unfollow accounts that trigger envy or negativity and replace them with ones that inspire or educate. Remind yourself that your journey isn't comparable to anyone else's because your experiences and circumstances are unique. Celebrating others' successes while also honoring your path promotes both connection and self-acceptance. Comparing yourself to others can be a major source of dissatisfaction and stress. Social media feeds, advertising, and cultural expectations often showcase idealized images that can create unrealistic standards. Research indicates that frequent social comparison is associated with lower self-esteem and increased feelings of envy and depression. Focusing on your own progress and values helps reduce this trap and fosters a sense of contentment. To curb comparison, limit the time spent scrolling through curated online profiles, and remember that most people share only highlights, not their struggles. Consider taking breaks from social media or unfollowing accounts that trigger negative self-evaluation. Instead, follow content that inspires and uplifts you, or use your time online to learn and grow. Practice turning comparison into inspiration. When you notice someone's achievement, appreciate it and ask yourself what aspects you admire. Perhaps their dedication motivates you to pursue a personal goal. Use others' successes as reminders of what is possible rather than measures of your worth. Remember that everyone's path is unique, shaped by different circumstances, resources, and timelines. Focus on your own journey, set realistic goals, and celebrate your progress. Reflect on the qualities you value: kindness, curiosity, resilience, and how you express them in your life. When you define success on your own terms, the urge to compare diminishes, and a calm self-confidence grows.
Number 21. Accept what you can't control. Life is full of events beyond our control. Other people's actions, unforeseen changes, or the past. Learning to accept this fact can significantly ease distress. In one study, people who habitually accepted their negative emotions experienced better psychological health and less mood disorder symptoms over time, according to research by Ford et al. In 2018. Acceptance doesn't mean you approve of difficult situations. It means acknowledging reality as it is, instead of endlessly fighting or denying it. By gently saying, "It is what it is for now," and focusing on what is in your control, you reduce unnecessary frustration. This mindset can feel like exhaling a deep breath. Tension releases, making room for a calmer, and more balanced state of mind, even amidst challenges.
Letting go of what we can't control is a powerful act of peace. Holding on to grievances or situations beyond our influence keeps us trapped in a cycle of rumination and stress. Studies on forgiveness and acceptance show that releasing anger and resentment is linked to lower anxiety and depression. Acceptance doesn't mean approval. It means acknowledging reality so you can shift your energy toward what you can change. Next time you encounter a setback or someone's hurtful behavior, pause and breathe. Ask yourself, is this within my control? If the answer is no, practice letting go by visualizing the situation floating away, or by writing down your feelings and then discarding the paper. Redirect your focus to actions within your power, such as caring for yourself or helping others. Over time, acceptance becomes a muscle that brings relief and clarity. Embracing acceptance can also improve relationships. Recognize that you can't control how others think or behave, but you can choose your responses. When you meet someone else's actions with understanding or compassion rather than resistance, you conserve your energy and reduce conflict. This shift creates room for empathy and calmer interactions. Acceptance is the practice of recognizing reality as it is, without expending energy fighting against circumstances that cannot be changed. Psychological approaches, such as acceptance and commitment therapy, teach that embracing uncomfortable thoughts and feelings, rather than suppressing or denying them, can reduce stress and improve well-being. Acknowledging what is outside your control frees up resources to focus on actions you can take, allowing for greater peace and flexibility. Start by noticing situations that trigger frustration or worry. Ask yourself whether you have any influence over them. If you do, take constructive steps. If not, practice letting go. For instance, you cannot control the weather or other people's actions, but you can control your response. Focusing on your breathing, engaging in a soothing activity, or speaking with someone supportive can help shift your attention. Acceptance does not mean passivity or giving up. It means seeing circumstances clearly and choosing your response with intention. This might involve redefining goals when obstacles arise or finding meaning in difficult experiences. For example, if an injury prevents you from running, you might explore swimming or yoga as alternative forms of exercise. Acceptance allows you to adapt rather than resist. Over time, practicing acceptance cultivates a sense of surrender that coexists with motivation. You learn to ride the waves of life without being capsized by unexpected storms. This flexibility fosters resilience and reduces anxiety, allowing you to navigate challenges with greater grace and calm.
Number 22. Spend time with pets or animals.
If you have a pet, or even access to friendly animals, take advantage of the stress relief they offer. Simply petting a dog or cat has been shown to lower cortisol and increase oxytocin, a hormone that promotes bonding and relaxation, according to research by Betts et al. In 2012. Animals offer unconditional presence and comfort. After a long day, Curling up with your cat or taking a few minutes to rub a dog's ears can be incredibly soothing. Even watching fish in an aquarium has a tranquilizing effect for many. These wordless connections with animals can make you feel understood and needed in a very basic way, melting away feelings of loneliness or anxiety and replacing them with warmth and calm. Animals provide comfort that sometimes words cannot. Interacting with pets is known to release oxytocin, the hormone that fosters bonding, and reduce levels of cortisol, a stress hormone. Simply petting a dog or listening to a cat purr can bring your body into a relaxed state. Some hospitals even offer animal-assisted therapy because of its calming and mood-boosting effects. If you have a pet, carve out time each day to connect, play fetch, stroke their fur, or sit together quietly. If you don't have a pet, consider visiting a friend's animal, volunteering at a shelter, or even watching videos of baby animals, which can spark joy. The unconditional acceptance animals offer reminds us to slow down, be present, and appreciate simple, loving moments. If animals aren't available, you can still experience their calming influence indirectly. Watching animal videos, reading uplifting stories about rescued animals, or visiting a local farm can evoke similar feelings of warmth and joy. Fostering a pet or volunteering at an animal shelter provides not only companionship for the animals, but also a sense of purpose and joy for you. Animals offer companionship that is uncomplicated and deeply soothing. Research demonstrates that spending time with pets can lower blood pressure, reduce stress, and alleviate feelings of loneliness or depression. Petting a dog or cat releases oxytocin, the same hormone that fosters bonding between parents and infants, and increases serotonin and dopamine levels, which enhance mood. For many, the daily routine of feeding, walking, or grooming a pet provides structure and a sense of purpose. If you don't have your own pet, there are many ways to enjoy the company of animals. You can volunteer at an animal shelter, visit friends or family who have pets, or spend time in places that welcome animals, such as dog parks or cat cafes. Some workplaces and universities offer pet therapy programs where trained animals visit to provide comfort. Being with animals can teach valuable lessons about unconditional love and presence. Pets respond to us without the complexities of human social interactions. They don't judge our appearance or career, and they seem to live fully in the moment. Observing a cat basking lazily in the sun or a dog's unbridled excitement at a walk can inspire us to savor simple pleasures. If allergies, lifestyle, or finances make pet ownership impractical, consider bringing more nature into your life through bird feeders, fish tanks, or even spending time watching wildlife in your neighborhood. Connecting with animals in any form can remind you of your place in the natural world and offer a calming break from human stresses.
Number 23. Set healthy boundaries. Learn to say no. It's okay, and often very important, to politely decline added responsibilities or invitations when you're at capacity. Constantly saying yes to everyone can lead to overwhelm, whereas setting gentle boundaries protects your mental well-being. Mental health experts note that learning to say no can reduce stress by preventing overcommitment, according to research by Mayo Clinic in 2019. You might start small, for example, not answering work emails after dinner, or carving out 15 minutes of uninterrupted you time. Remember that every time you say no to one thing, you're saying yes to something else. At first, it can feel uncomfortable, but with practice,
asserting your needs becomes empowering. It creates a calmer, more manageable life where you're in control of your time and energy. Learning to say no can be one of the most caring things you do for yourself. Overcommitting leads to fatigue and resentment, while setting boundaries preserves energy for what matters most. When you set a healthy boundary, you're honoring your own well-being. This can feel uncomfortable at first, but mental health professionals note that individuals who assert their needs experience lower stress and greater life satisfaction. To practice, start small. Decline a request that you don't have time or energy for. Or ask for help when you need it. Offer a brief, polite explanation if you want. I'm at capacity this week. Can we do another time? And trust that true friends will understand. Saying no to what drains you is saying yes to rest, creativity, and authentic connection. Over time, boundaries become a guardrail that keeps your life aligned with your values and fosters inner peace. Setting boundaries doesn't require elaborate explanations. Simply stating your availability or comfort level is enough. Practice phrases like, "I'd love to help, but I can't right now." Or, "I need some quiet time this evening." Over time, communicating boundaries becomes a natural form of self-care that others will come to respect. Healthy boundaries are the guidelines you set around what you will and won't accept in relationships, and how you allocate your time and energy. Establishing boundaries protects your well-being, fosters respect, and prevents burnout. Without clear boundaries, you may end up overcommitting, resenting others, or neglecting your own needs. Saying no can be challenging, especially if you fear disappointing others. But it is an essential skill for maintaining balance. Begin by identifying your priorities and non-negotiables. What activities replenish you? What behaviors from others are unacceptable? Once you're clear on your needs, communicate them calmly and directly. For example, if you need quiet time after work, you might say, "I'm happy to catch up, but I need an hour to decompress when I get home." Use I statements to avoid blaming others and focus on your feelings and requirements. Recognize that saying no is not selfish. It allows you to show up fully for the commitments you do make. Often, people appreciate clarity and honesty more than a reluctant yes. If you have difficulty declining requests, try practicing phrases such as, "I appreciate you asking, but I'm not able to take that on right now." Or, "No thank you, I have other commitments." You can also offer alternatives, like suggesting someone else who might help. Remember that boundaries evolve as circumstances change. What you could handle last year may not be feasible now, and that's okay. Regularly check in with yourself about how you feel in your relationships and responsibilities. Setting and maintaining boundaries is an ongoing process that, when done respectfully, leads to healthier, more balanced interactions and a greater sense of calm.
Number 24. Keep a consistent daily routine. Maintaining regular daily patterns, like consistent sleep and wake times, or a predictable morning and evening ritual, can stabilize your mood. Research suggests that disruptions in our biological clock and daily rhythms are linked to increased stress and even mood disorders, while a stable routine supports mental health, according to research by Lyle et al. In 2018. Knowing roughly what comes next in your day provides a reassuring sense of structure. Of course, life isn't always predictable, but anchoring yourself with a few regular habits can make an ever-changing world feel a bit more secure. This gentle structure can reduce decision fatigue and anxiety, helping you drift to sleep feeling safe and wake up with clarity. Our bodies thrive on rhythm. Disruptions to our daily routine, especially our sleep-wake cycles, can lead to mood disturbances and fatigue. Keeping a consistent schedule signals to your body when to rest and when to be alert, stabilizing hormones like cortisol and melatonin. Regularity in meals, movement, and self-care provides a reassuring structure amid life's uncertainties. You might create a gentle morning ritual, perhaps stretching, journaling, or savoring a warm drink, and an evening routine that signals bedtime. Try to eat meals at similar times and build regular movement into your day. This rhythm doesn't have to be rigid. Instead, think of it as a supportive framework that frees up mental energy. Over time, a predictable daily pattern can become a comforting foundation that keeps stress at bay and fosters calm. Let your routine have room for spontaneity and adjustments. If you miss a morning workout, perhaps enjoy an evening walk instead. Viewing your schedule as flexible rather than rigid prevents guilt and encourages consistency. When life inevitably disrupts your rhythm, having a few non-negotiable anchors, such as meals or bedtime, helps you return to center. A consistent daily routine provides a framework that can reduce decision fatigue and promote a sense of stability. Our brains thrive on predictable patterns. When we know what to expect, we expend less energy planning and worrying. Studies on circadian rhythms suggest that regular sleep and meal times support hormonal balance and mood regulation. Establishing a daily rhythm doesn't mean rigidly scheduling every minute. Rather, it involves creating anchors that structure your day. Start with a morning ritual that sets a positive tone, such as drinking water, stretching, meditating, or writing in a journal. Follow with midday routines like lunch away from your desk or a brief walk outside. Evening rituals can include tidying up, preparing for the next day, and engaging in relaxing activities before sleep. These habits signal your body and mind to transition smoothly between tasks and rest. Consistency provides comfort during times of stress or change. When work is hectic or personal circumstances shift, returning to familiar routines can ground you. Routines are especially supportive for children and those managing anxiety, as they provide a sense of control and predictability.
Allow flexibility within your routines to accommodate spontaneity and changing needs. Rather than rigidly adhering to exact times, think of your routine as a flow. For example, if you usually exercise in the morning but miss it, you can incorporate a shorter workout later in the day. Finding a rhythm that works for you takes experimentation. Aim for consistency, not perfection, and adjust as your life evolves.
Number 25. Take short breaks. Rest when needed. Give yourself permission to pause during the day. Brief breaks, standing up to stretch, stepping outside for 5 minutes of fresh air, or simply resting your eyes can significantly lower stress and prevent burnout. Studies show that taking intermittent breaks helps reduce mental fatigue and keeps stress levels in check, ultimately improving productivity and mood, according to research by Zaker et al. In 2014. When you notice tension building or concentration fading, try seeing a break not as wasted time, but as essential self-care. A few minutes of calm breathing or a short walk down the hallway can recharge you. By the time you return to your task, you'll often feel refreshed and more collected. Over the long run, respecting your need to rest makes your days feel gentler and more sustainable. Rest isn't a luxury, it's essential. Extended periods of focus without breaks can increase stress and reduce productivity, while short breaks help reset your nervous system and improve concentration. Movement breaks, in particular, can elevate mood by releasing endorphins, the same feel-good chemicals triggered during exercise. Try setting a timer to remind yourself to stand up, stretch, or take a few deep breaths every hour. Walk around your home or office, drink some water, or step outside for fresh air. These micro-pauses are small acts of self-care that refresh your mind and body. When you return to your tasks, you'll likely feel clearer and more focused, helping maintain a peaceful rhythm to your day. Breaks can be opportunities for connection. Invite a coworker for a short walk or have a quick stretch session together. If you're alone, use breaks to check in with your body, hydrate, or practice a brief gratitude meditation. Treating pauses as purposeful resets reinforces their value and ensures you return to work recharged rather than drained. Short breaks throughout the day act as mini resets for your body and mind. Research suggests that even brief pauses, under 10 minutes, can increase feelings of vigor and reduce fatigue. Taking time away from your desk, screen, or task allows your brain to consolidate information and enhances creativity. Regular breaks also help prevent the buildup of stress and the risk of burnout. Incorporate micro breaks by standing up, stretching, or walking around. Gaze out a window, drink a glass of water, or take a few deep breaths. These small actions refresh your senses and help maintain focus. If possible, schedule longer breaks where you step outside for fresh air or share a meal with a friend. Listening to your body's signals is key. If you notice tension in your shoulders, dry eyes, or brain fog, it's time to pause. Turning away from the task momentarily can lead to insights when you return. Research on problem-solving shows that incubation, stepping away and then revisiting a problem, often yields more creative solutions. During busy periods, it may feel indulgent to take breaks, but consider them an investment. Just as athletes rest between training sessions to recover muscles, your mind needs downtime to restore energy. By granting yourself these small spaces of rest, you support sustained productivity, emotional balance, and overall well-being.
Number 26. Practice grounding techniques. When you feel anxious or overwhelmed, grounding techniques can bring you back to a calm center. These involve deliberately turning your attention to the here and now. For instance, naming 5 things you see in the room, or feeling the sensation of your feet against the floor. Therapists often recommend such grounding practices because they can interrupt spiraling worry and reduce acute anxiety, according to research by APA in 2020. The next time your thoughts start racing, pause and notice the texture of the chair you're on, the sounds in the background, or the pattern of your breath. By reconnecting with your immediate surroundings, you signal to your brain that in this moment you are safe. It's a simple habit that can quickly dissolve mental fog and panic, replacing it with clarity and a sense of being steady in the present. Grounding techniques help pull your mind out of anxious spirals and back into the present moment. Many involve the senses, feeling your feet on the floor, noticing the texture of an object, or naming colors around you. Such practices activate the parasympathetic nervous system, the body's rest and digest mode, and can lower blood pressure and heart rate. When you feel overwhelmed, try the 5-4-3-2-1 exercise, focusing on things you can see, touch, hear, smell, and taste. Or plant your bare feet firmly on the ground and imagine roots growing from them into the earth, anchoring you. Practicing grounding regularly teaches your brain that you can find safety within your own body, which brings comfort during stressful times. Some people find comfort in carrying grounding objects. A smooth stone, a worry bead, or a piece of fabric with a familiar texture can offer a sensory anchor when anxiety rises. Aromatherapy, inhaling calming scents like lavender or chamomile, can also enhance grounding. Experiment with different tools to discover what best brings you back to the present. Grounding techniques help bring your attention back to the present moment when anxiety or overwhelm threatens to sweep you away. By focusing on sensory experiences or simple tasks, you can interrupt racing thoughts and stabilize your emotions. Therapists often recommend grounding exercises to individuals coping with stress, trauma, or panic attacks. They can be practiced anywhere and require no equipment. One common method is the 5-4-3-2-1 exercise. Identify 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. This engages all your senses and anchors you in your surroundings. You might also carry a small object like a smooth stone or piece of fabric in your pocket and rub it between your fingers when you feel anxious. Movement can be grounding as well. Try pressing your feet firmly into the floor, gently tapping your thighs, or doing a few slow stretches. You can also use imagery. Imagine yourself as a sturdy tree with roots sinking deep into the earth. Visualize these roots holding you steady as thoughts and emotions sway like branches in the wind. Make grounding a regular practice rather than only using it in crisis. Pause during your day to take a mindful breath, notice your posture, or feel the weight of your body in your chair.
Over time, these simple techniques strengthen your ability to stay centered amid stress, providing a refuge of calm you can return to whenever life feels tumultuous.
Number 27. Try yoga or Tai Chi. These slow, meditative exercises unite gentle movement with deep breathing and mindfulness. Ample research has found that practices like yoga and Tai Chi reduce stress, anxiety, and even physical markers of inflammation, according to research by Lee et al. In 2014. For example, many people report feeling significantly calmer and happier after a beginner's yoga session or a short Tai Chi routine in the morning. These activities teach you to tune into your body, the stretch of your muscles, your balance, your breathing, which naturally quiets a busy mind. Over time, yoga and similar mind-body exercises can improve sleep quality and resilience to stress. Even a 10-minute bedtime yoga stretch or a few flowing movements in the park can release physical tension and leave you with a sense of tranquil energy. Mind-body practices like yoga and Tai Chi combine gentle movement with breath and mindfulness. Research on physical activity indicates that such exercises reduce anxiety and depression by regulating stress hormones and increasing blood flow to mood-related brain areas. Slow, deliberate movements also enhance balance and flexibility, which support overall health and well-being. You don't need to be flexible or athletic to benefit. Start with beginner-friendly routines, focusing on the sensation of each posture and your breathing. Many communities offer affordable classes, and online videos can guide you at home. Even a 10-minute gentle stretching sequence before bed can release tension and quiet the mind. Over time, these practices can become a cherished part of your day, promoting a deep sense of peace and integration between body and mind. If yoga or Tai Chi aren't your style, explore other mindful movement practices like Qigong, Pilates, or even slow, deliberate stretching. Try a class or follow along with online tutorials to learn the basics at your own pace. Combining movement with breath in any form encourages body awareness and can be tailored to your preferences and abilities. Yoga and Tai Chi blend gentle movement with breath awareness and mindfulness, making them effective practices for calming the mind and strengthening the body. Multiple studies have shown that people who practice these disciplines report reduced anxiety, improved balance, and greater flexibility. Both emphasize slow, deliberate movements that can be adapted to any fitness level. Yoga combines postures, asanas, with conscious breathing and meditation. There are many styles, from restful yin yoga to more dynamic vinyasa flows. In each case, the aim is not perfection, but presence, paying attention to how your body feels and moving with intention. Tai Chi, often called moving meditation, consists of a series of flowing movements and weight shifts. It originated as a martial art, but is widely practiced for health benefits, particularly among older adults for balance and fall prevention. To get started, look for beginner classes online or in your community. Many gyms, community centers, and parks offer free or low-cost sessions. You can also follow videos at home, paying attention to your body's limits. If you have health conditions or injuries, consult a healthcare professional before beginning.
In addition to physical benefits, yoga and Tai Chi promote a sense of inner calm. Focusing on your breath and coordinating it with movement teaches you to stay present. With regular practice, many people notice increased patience, improved sleep, and a more compassionate relationship with their bodies. Whether you dedicate a full hour or simply perform a few gentle stretches each day, incorporating mindful movement can enrich your sense of peace.
Number 28. Maintain a balanced, nourishing diet. What we eat can affect how we feel. Diets that emphasize fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and lean proteins have been associated with better mood stability and lower rates of depression, according to research by O'Neill et al. In 2019. Nutrient-rich foods provide the vitamins and minerals your brain needs to produce mood-regulating chemicals like serotonin. For instance, omega-3 fatty acids and folate are linked to positive mood and calmness. Eating regular meals and snacks to keep blood sugar steady also prevents the irritability or anxiety that can come from being overly hungry. By treating each meal as an act of self-care, fueling your body kindly, you set the stage for more consistent energy and a better emotional balance throughout the day. What we eat influences how we feel. Diets rich in fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and lean proteins provide the nutrients our brains need to produce neurotransmitters like serotonin, which regulate mood. Processed foods high in sugar and unhealthy fats can lead to energy crashes and inflammation, which may contribute to mood swings. Nourish yourself with balanced meals and listen to your body's hunger and fullness cues. Focus on variety and color in your diet. Think of filling your plate with greens, reds, oranges, and purples. Hydrate throughout the day and limit excessive caffeine or alcohol. You don't need to follow strict rules. Instead, aim for a sustainable approach that honors both physical health and the pleasure of eating. When your body is well fed and balanced, your mind is more likely to feel calm and clear. Cooking can be an act of mindfulness when you focus on the sensory experience. Slicing vegetables, stirring soups, and measuring spices become meditative when you're fully present. Invite family or friends to cook together to turn meals into social experiences that nourish both body and heart. Exploring new and healthful recipes can expand your culinary horizons and make healthy eating more exciting. Eating a varied and balanced diet supports both physical and mental health. Nutrient-dense foods provide the building blocks for neurotransmitters that regulate mood and energy. Research on dietary patterns, such as the Mediterranean diet, suggests that diets rich in vegetables, fruits, whole grains, lean proteins, and healthy fats can reduce symptoms of depression and improve overall well-being. Focus on incorporating colorful produce, nuts, seeds, legumes, and fish into your meals. These foods deliver vitamins, minerals, fiber, and omega-3 fatty acids that support brain function and reduce inflammation. Limit highly processed foods and excess sugar, which can cause energy spikes and crashes and contribute to inflammation. Hydration is equally important. Water aids digestion, circulation, and temperature regulation, all of which influence how you feel. Approach dietary changes gradually. Try adding an extra serving of vegetables to dinner, swap refined grains for whole grains, or experiment with new recipes featuring herbs and spices for flavor instead of salt. Eating mindfully, paying attention to hunger and fullness cues,
Chewing slowly and savoring tastes enhances enjoyment and helps prevent overeating. Remember that no single diet suits everyone. Cultural preferences, personal values, health conditions, and accessibility all influence food choices. Consult with a healthcare provider or nutritionist if you have specific concerns. Rather than following strict rules, aim for balance, variety, and moderation. Nourishing your body with wholesome foods supports sustained energy, stable mood, and a sense of vitality.
Number 29. Stay hydrated. Make a habit of drinking enough water or herbal tea during the day. Even mild dehydration can negatively affect your mood, concentration, and energy levels, according to research by Macento et al. In 2014. Perhaps keep a water bottle nearby as a reminder. Sipping water regularly helps maintain optimal body function, your digestion, circulation, and even how your brain cells communicate. Many people notice that when they're well hydrated, they simply feel clearer and calmer, whereas dehydration can leave them feeling tense or fatigued. By quenching your body's thirst, you might also reduce subtle stress signals. It's a simple, gentle act that often goes overlooked. Nourishing yourself with water can refresh your mind and help you feel more physically and mentally at ease. Water is vital for every system in your body, including your brain. Even mild dehydration can lead to headaches, fatigue, and difficulty concentrating. Drinking enough fluids helps regulate body temperature, deliver nutrients to cells, and keep your skin glowing. Aim to sip water consistently throughout the day, rather than downing large amounts at once. Carrying a reusable bottle makes it easier to remember. Herbal teas, broths, and water-rich fruits and vegetables, like cucumbers and watermelon, also contribute to hydration. Notice how you feel when you're well hydrated versus when you've forgotten to drink. Many people experience a noticeable lift in energy and mood, making hydration a simple but powerful habit for well-being. Hydration habits can be paired with other routines to make them stick. Drink a glass of water first thing in the morning. Have a beverage with each meal and sip throughout your commute. Experiment with herbal teas or fruit-infused water if plain water doesn't appeal. Noticing how refreshed you feel when you're hydrated reinforces this gentle habit. Water is essential for virtually every bodily function, including regulating temperature, transporting nutrients, and removing waste. Even mild dehydration can affect mood, concentration, and energy levels. Researchers have found that people who stay adequately hydrated tend to feel more alert and less fatigued. Keeping a water bottle at hand serves as a visual reminder to sip regularly. Individual water needs vary depending on factors like age, activity level, climate, and diet. A general guideline is to drink around 2 liters, about 8 cups of fluids per day, but listen to your body. If you're thirsty, your mouth is dry, or your urine is dark yellow, you likely need more water. Eating hydrating foods like cucumbers oranges, and soups can supplement your intake. To make hydration more appealing, infuse water with slices of lemon, cucumber, mint, or berries for a subtle flavor. Herbal teas and sparkling water are also good options. Remember that caffeinated drinks like coffee and soda have diuretic effects, so balance them with additional water. Integrate water breaks into your routine. Drink a glass upon waking, after every restroom break, and during meals. If you exercise or spend time outdoors in hot weather, increase your intake to replace lost fluids. By staying well hydrated, you support your body's natural processes and enhance your sense of clarity and calm.
Number 30. Prioritize experiences over possessions. Shift your spending and time toward life experiences like shared activities, learning, or traveling rather than accumulating more material things. Research in happiness science has consistently found that people get more lasting joy from experiences than from buying objects, according to research by Van Boven and Gilovich in 2003. For example, a weekend trip, a fun cooking class, or a picnic with friends tends to produce warm memories and personal growth that you can cherish long after. In contrast, the thrill of a new gadget or outfit often fades quickly as it becomes part of the routine. By prioritizing experiences, you create a personal story rich with moments of connection and wonder. These memories can be a source of comfort and happiness you revisit in your mind, especially when life feels routine or stressful. Experiences often leave a deeper emotional imprint than possessions. Research in positive psychology suggests that investing in experiences, travel, classes, concerts, or shared meals yields more enduring happiness because they create memories and social bonds. Material items, on the other hand, quickly become part of our baseline and lose their novelty. Next time you're tempted to buy something you don't need, consider saving for a meaningful experience instead. Plan a day trip, learn a new skill, or attend a cultural event with friends. Even small experiences, like going to a local museum or trying a new recipe with family, can become cherished memories. By prioritizing experiences, you fill your life with moments of connection and wonder that continue to nourish long after the activity ends. Building a treasure trove of experiences doesn't have to be expensive. Look for free local events, explore public parks, or host potlucks with friends. Engaging in a wide variety of experiences, cultural, educational, or purely fun, enriches life and creates shared memories that can uplift you long after the moment has passed. Accumulating material goods can provide temporary pleasure, but studies suggest that experiences often yield longer-lasting happiness. Shared adventures, learning new skills, and exploring new places create memories that enrich life and deepen relationships. Experiences tend to be social, unique, and part of your personal story, whereas possessions can lose their novelty quickly. Consider allocating resources toward activities rather than things. Attend concerts, take cooking classes, travel to nearby towns, organize picnics, or try something you've never done before.
These endeavors often lead to stories you'll fondly recount years later. Planning and anticipating an experience can be as enjoyable as the event itself, extending the period of positive emotions. Prioritizing experiences doesn't mean never purchasing items you need or love. Instead, it invites mindfulness about what you bring into your life. Will this purchase truly enhance your day-to-day experience, or would the same funds create more joy through a shared outing or workshop? Reflect on what you value more deeply: the excitement of learning, the warmth of connection, the growth that comes from new challenges. When you shift focus from collecting things to collecting moments, you reduce clutter and lighten the mental load associated with maintaining possessions. Experiences broaden your perspective, encourage creativity, and build resilience. They remind you that life's richness stems from engagement and connection, not accumulation.
Number 31. Give to others. Practice generosity. Incorporate small acts of giving into your life, whether donating to a cause you care about or surprising someone with kindness. Studies have shown that people who spend money on others or on charitable causes often feel happier than if they had spent it on themselves, according to research by Dunn et al. In 2008. Generosity, it turns out, activates reward centers in our brain. But it's not just about money. Giving your time, sharing advice, or cooking a meal for someone in need can also elevate your mood. These acts reinforce a sense of interconnectedness and purpose. When you help others, it gently shifts attention away from your own worries and fosters feelings of empathy and competence. Over time, a habit of generosity weaves meaning and calm into your life. You understand that in lifting someone else up, you're also lifting your own spirit. Generosity enriches the giver's heart. Studies on acts of kindness show that giving to others releases feel-good hormones like oxytocin and endorphins, boosting happiness for both the giver and the receiver. Whether it's donating, sharing time, or offering support, generosity fosters a sense of abundance and strengthens social connections. You might set aside a small monthly budget for donations, volunteer skills to a cause you care about, or simply surprise a friend with a thoughtful gift. Listen carefully when someone shares a struggle and offer help without expecting anything in return. These gestures remind us that we are all part of a shared human story, deepening compassion and bringing a warm glow of peace. Generosity isn't limited to material gifts. Sharing your time, listening to someone's story without judgment, or offering encouragement can have a profound impact. The act of giving builds social bonds and fosters trust. It also shifts focus away from personal worries toward the well-being of others, cultivating empathy and gratitude. As with other habits, balance is important. Generosity should feel joyful, not obligatory or depleting. Check in with your own resources to ensure you're giving from a place of abundance rather than sacrifice. When practiced thoughtfully, giving to others enriches your life with a sense of purpose and connection, contributing to a calmer and more compassionate world. Number 32. Smile more, even if you don't always feel like it.
The simple act of smiling can influence your brain and body in positive ways. Research on the facial feedback hypothesis found that people who were prompted to smile experienced a boost in mood compared to those who didn't, according to research by Kraft and Pressman in 2012. Smiling, especially when it's genuine, triggers the release of tiny doses of dopamine and serotonin, which can make you feel more relaxed and happy. It also sends a social signal of friendliness, often prompting others to smile back, creating a ripple of positivity. You don't need to fake happiness. Rather, think of a pleasant memory or something you're grateful for, and allow a soft smile. Over time, this habit can condition your mind toward the positive. It's a gentle way to brighten your own day and create a calmer, more welcoming atmosphere around you. Smiling isn't just a response to happiness. It can create it. Neuroscientific studies on facial feedback suggest that activating the muscles used in a smile sends signals to the brain that amplify positive emotions and reduce stress. Even a subtle smile can release dopamine and serotonin, the brain's natural feel-good chemicals. Try softening your face and curving the corners of your mouth gently upward when you're stressed. Think of a pleasant memory, or look at something endearing, perhaps a photo of a loved one or a silly internet meme, to encourage a genuine grin. Smiling at strangers or coworkers can also foster connection and brighten someone else's day. This simple facial expression becomes a tiny, powerful act of self-care and social harmony. If smiling feels forced at first, try practicing in private by smiling at your reflection. Notice how the muscles of your face change and how your mood shifts, even subtly. Over time, smiling more often, especially when interacting with others, can feel more natural. Witnessing the positive responses it evokes in others reinforces the habit. The simple act of smiling can influence how you feel. Research on facial feedback suggests that activating the muscles used in a smile can send signals to the brain that enhance positive emotions. Even a subtle smile can lift your mood slightly, creating a feedback loop where feeling a bit better leads to more genuine smiles. Smiling also affects those around you. A warm smile can make others feel welcome and appreciated, which often prompts reciprocal kindness. Smiles are contagious. Noticing someone else's grin can trigger your own, spreading cheer through a room. You don't have to force a fake grin when you're upset, but you can invite natural smiles by thinking of something that brings you joy. A favorite memory, a loved one's face, or a joke you heard. Placing visual reminders like photos or inspirational quotes where you can see them may also prompt spontaneous smiles. Cultivating a habit of smiling encourages an overall positive outlook. It reminds you to look for moments of levity and beauty in daily life. Over time, smiling more often can contribute to a calmer, more optimistic mind and strengthen social connections.
Number 33. Leverage your strengths. Identify the character strengths or talents that make you feel authentic and energized. Perhaps you're creative, love learning, are great at humor, or excel at kindness, and use them regularly. Psychology research shows that people who frequently use their signature strengths in new ways tend to be happier and more engaged in life, according to research by Govinji and Lindley in 2007. If one of your strengths is curiosity, for example, make time to explore new topics or places. If it's kindness, find daily opportunities to encourage or help others. Utilizing your strengths creates a sense of flow and fulfillment because you're acting in alignment with who you are. Instead of struggling to fix weaknesses, you're building on what already brings you joy and confidence. This strengths-focused approach nurtures a positive self-image and reduces stress. You end up feeling right in your own skin, which is a calming and empowering feeling. Each person has unique strengths, qualities that energize them and come naturally, like kindness, curiosity, creativity, or perseverance. Leveraging these strengths has been shown to increase well-being and engagement. When we use our signature strengths, we often experience flow, a state of deep focus and enjoyment, and build confidence that carries into other areas of life. Identify one or two of your natural gifts by reflecting on activities that make you lose track of time, or asking friends what they admire in you. Then, seek out opportunities to use these strengths daily. If you love learning, read about new topics. If kindness comes easily, find ways to help others. If humor is your forte, lighten the mood at work. Leaning into what makes you uniquely you fosters authenticity and joy, which nurtures a calmer, happier life.
Strengths evolve over time and can be cultivated. Consider taking a strengths assessment or asking trusted friends what they see as your gifts. Exploring new activities might reveal hidden talents. Lean into these discoveries and integrate them into various aspects of your life, from work projects to hobbies, to experience more fulfillment and ease. Each person has unique strengths, qualities such as creativity, humor, kindness, perseverance, curiosity, or leadership. Psychologists have found that using your signature strengths regularly is associated with increased happiness, confidence, and engagement. When you align your activities with what you naturally do well, you experience a sense of flow and accomplishment. To identify your strengths, reflect on moments when you felt energized, proud, or completely absorbed. Ask friends or family for feedback, or take a reputable strengths assessment online. Once you've recognized your top strengths, look for ways to incorporate them into daily life. If you excel at creativity, carve out time for art or problem solving. If you thrive on learning, enroll in courses or read widely. Applying strengths can improve performance at work or school and enhance your relationships. For example, using humor might lighten tense situations. Employing fairness and leadership can build trust in team projects. Drawing on kindness and empathy can deepen friendships. Strengths can also guide career choices and hobbies,
helping you navigate toward fulfilling opportunities. Remember that strengths can sometimes be overused or underused. Balance creativity with practicality. Temper assertiveness with listening. Continually refining how you deploy your strengths ensures they remain assets rather than liabilities. Celebrating and leveraging what makes you uniquely you fosters self-respect and empowers you to contribute positively to the world.
Number 34. Keep learning and embracing curiosity. Adopt the habit of continuous learning, not as a pressure, but as a joyful, lifelong pursuit. Studies suggest that individuals who stay curious and keep learning new things often report higher life satisfaction and mental well-being, according to research by Kashtan and Steger in 2007. Learning doesn't need to be formal. It could be trying a new recipe, understanding a bit of history, or learning a few phrases of a new language. Engaging your mind in novel information or skills gives a sense of progress and novelty that can brighten routine days. It also promotes a growth mindset, seeing yourself as someone who can evolve and adapt. Each time you satisfy your curiosity, you reinforce the idea that the world is full of interesting things to discover. This outlook can make you feel more alive, hopeful, and equipped to handle life's changes with a calm, open mind. Lifelong learning keeps the brain flexible and curious. Studies suggest that people who continue to seek knowledge and new experiences maintain better cognitive function and report higher life satisfaction. Learning doesn't have to be formal. It can be as simple as reading articles, exploring hobbies, or practicing a language. Pick something that sparks your interest and dive in. Take an online class on a topic you've always wanted to understand. Join a local workshop or swap books with friends. Embrace the mindset that it's never too late to learn. As you grow your skills and insights, you'll likely feel more empowered, resilient, and connected to the world around you. Curiosity can be contagious. Invite friends or family members to join you in exploring new topics or attending events. Form a book club, study group, or hobby circle where everyone can share what they're learning. This collaborative approach builds community and keeps the spark of curiosity alive. A curious, learning mind remains vibrant throughout life. Engaging in lifelong learning, whether through formal education, hobbies, or self-directed study, stimulates the brain, strengthens neural connections, and can delay cognitive decline. In research on older adults, those who learned new skills like quilting or digital photography showed greater improvements in memory compared to those engaged only in social activities. Learning sparks joy because it expands your sense of what is possible. Enroll in classes, attend workshops, watch educational videos, or pick up a musical instrument. Read books on subjects outside your comfort zone. Listen to podcasts or visit museums. Allow your curiosity to guide you, whether toward astronomy, gardening, languages, or culinary arts. Embracing curiosity requires adopting a beginner's mindset. It's okay to stumble or feel awkward when trying something new. In fact, embracing mistakes as part of learning builds resilience and makes the process more enjoyable. You might start a language and later shift to painting. Each exploration informs the next and keeps life interesting. Curiosity also enhances social connections. Asking questions about others' experiences shows interest and often leads to deeper conversations. Moreover, learning new things together, taking a cooking class with a friend, or attending a lecture with a loved one, creates shared memories. By keeping your mind open and eager, you maintain a sense of wonder and freshness that infuses daily life with energy and calm.
Number 35. Practice patience. In a fast-paced world, patience is a profound gift to yourself. Patience means allowing things to unfold in their own time and maintaining calm in the face of delays or difficulties. Research on patience as a personality trait has found that people who are more patient tend to experience less depression and negative emotions, and they achieve more of their goals over time, according to research by Schnitger in 2012. You can cultivate patience by deliberately slowing down your responses. For example, counting to 3 before reacting when something frustrates you, or reminding yourself that uncomfortable situations are temporary. With practice, moments that once would have stressed you out become more tolerable. You find you can wait without becoming as tense. Patience is essentially trust in the process of life. By embracing it, you reduce the mental agitation that comes from trying to rush or control the uncontrollable, leading to greater peace. Patience helps us navigate life's inevitable delays and setbacks with grace. Impatience often triggers stress, releasing cortisol and increasing heart rate. Taking a longer view reduces these stress responses and fosters well-being. When you notice frustration arising, try slowing your breathing and reminding yourself that many things unfold on their own timelines. Use waiting moments to observe your surroundings, practice gratitude, or connect with someone nearby. Over time, choosing patience becomes a habit that shields you from unnecessary stress, leaving you calmer and more content. Patience can be practiced in small ways every day. Use traffic jams, long grocery lines, or delayed emails as opportunities to breathe deeply and remind yourself that the wait will pass. Over time, your tolerance for uncertainty grows, and you find yourself remaining calmer in situations that once felt frustrating. Patience is the ability to endure delays or difficulties calmly, without frustration. Cultivating patience can improve mental health by reducing anxiety and promoting a more relaxed approach to life. Research suggests that patient individuals often experience greater life satisfaction and fewer negative emotions. To build patience, begin by noticing your triggers, traffic jams, long queues, or waiting for someone else to respond. Use these moments as opportunities to practice. Take a deep breath, soften your shoulders, and remind yourself that the situation is temporary. Focus on what you can control, such as your reaction, rather than what you cannot. Patience grows when you shift perspective. Instead of viewing waiting as wasted time, see it as a chance to rest, reflect, or observe. In line, you might enjoy the people watching or listen to a podcast. While waiting for results, you could begin a new project. Patience often blossoms from trust that things will unfold in their own time. Practicing patience with yourself is equally important. Learning new skills, recovering from illness, or adapting to change takes time. Celebrate small progress rather than demanding instant results. As your patience strengthens, you may find increased resilience, empathy, and a calmer experience of life's inevitable pauses.
Number 36. Savor small moments of joy. Make it a habit to fully immerse yourself in pleasant moments as they happen. Psychologists call this savoring, the practice of deliberately stretching out and intensifying positive experiences, and it's been linked to increases in happiness and reductions in stress, according to research by Bryant in 2003. For example, when you step into a warm shower, pause and really feel the water and enjoy that comfort, instead of letting your mind race to the day's tasks. If you're eating a favorite dessert, slow down to appreciate each bite. When something nice happens, even as simple as a compliment or a beautiful sunset, take a few extra seconds to soak it in and mentally note how it makes you feel. Savoring teaches your brain to register and remember the good times more deeply. Over time, you'll find that life feels richer and more calming because you're truly present for the goodness that is already there, however small it might be. Savoring means lingering on good moments to make them last. Psychologists note that deliberately reliving positive experiences through reminiscence or focusing on sensations in the moment amplifies their emotional impact and counteracts negativity. Being in nature, for instance, can inspire awe and gratitude. Practice savoring by fully engaging your senses when something pleasant happens. If you're eating a favorite meal, slow down and notice the flavors and textures. When listening to a loved one laugh, pause to feel the warmth it brings. At the end of the day, replay these small joys in your mind or jot them down. By lengthening your enjoyment of good things, you train your brain to register positivity more often, which gently elevates happiness and calm. Savoring can also involve reminiscing about past joys. Flip through old photos, recall vacations with friends, or replay favorite songs that evoke fond memories. Sharing these stories with loved ones can recreate the warmth and help you bond over shared experiences, prolonging the positive emotions they elicit. Savoring is the art of intentionally noticing and appreciating positive experiences. Research in positive psychology shows that people who savor life's pleasures, a warm cup of tea, sunlight on their face, a kind word, report higher happiness and lower stress. By prolonging your attention on pleasant sensations and emotions, you amplify their impact. To practice savoring, slow down when something feels good. If you taste delicious food, take a moment to smell it. Chew mindfully and recognize the flavors. When you hear a favorite song, close your eyes and let the music wash over you. Share joyful moments with others. Telling someone about a positive event can double your enjoyment. Look for micro-joys throughout your day. The feel of clean sheets. The pattern of rain on the window. The laughter of a child. Even during tough times, there are often small pockets of beauty or kindness. By training your attention to notice these, you build a reservoir of positivity that supports you when challenges arise. It's important not to chase constant happiness or deny negative emotions. Savoring coexists with awareness of difficulties, offering a gentle counterbalance. When you consciously delight in life's simple pleasures, you infuse your days with moments of calm and gratitude that nourish your overall well-being.
Number 37. Celebrate small wins. At the end of each day, reflect on what went right or what small goal you achieved, even if it's as simple as finally organizing a drawer or getting through a work call you were nervous about. Acknowledging small victories triggers positive emotions. Research on motivation shows that recognizing progress releases dopamine and boosts morale, according to research by Amabile and Kramer in 2011. This habit shifts your focus from what's left undone to what has been done. You might keep a small wins journal or just give yourself an internal pat on the back. By celebrating these incremental steps, you reinforce a sense of competence and momentum. Life feels less overwhelming because you see that bit by bit you are moving forward. This gentle validation of your efforts builds confidence and contentment, making your mind a kinder place to be. Celebrating small wins fuels motivation and happiness. Each time you acknowledge a micro-achievement, your brain releases dopamine, reinforcing the behavior and encouraging you to continue. This helps build momentum and keeps morale high, particularly when working toward long-term goals. You might keep a wins list and add tiny successes each day, finishing a workout, completing a task, or reaching out to a friend. Take a moment to appreciate the effort you put in and maybe reward yourself with a break or a treat. Over time, this habit shifts your focus from what's undone to what has been done, promoting a sense of competence and calm confidence. To reinforce the habit of celebrating wins, pair acknowledgments with small rewards. After completing a challenging task, treat yourself to a favorite snack, a relaxing bath, or an episode of a feel-good show. These intentional celebrations make progress feel meaningful and encourage you to keep moving forward. Recognizing and celebrating small achievements boosts motivation and confidence. Research on workplace performance suggests that acknowledging incremental progress releases dopamine, a neurotransmitter that encourages the brain to seek more success. When you regularly notice your efforts paying off, you reinforce a growth mindset and build momentum toward larger goals. Keep a record of your small wins. Did you finish a difficult email, go for a walk despite being tired, or cook a new dish? Write it down or share it with a friend. Celebrations need not be extravagant. A smile, a few minutes of relaxing, or telling someone, "I'm proud of myself for doing this," can suffice. Celebrating small wins helps shift focus from what's left undone to what has already been accomplished. This reframing reduces feelings of overwhelm and increases gratitude. It also teaches your brain to recognize progress, which can sustain motivation when tasks feel daunting or results seem far away. Share your wins with others and encourage them to do the same. Celebrations foster community and remind everyone that progress comes in many forms. By acknowledging small steps, you lay a foundation of confidence that supports you as you pursue bigger aspirations. Number 38. Maintain a tidy, soothing environment. Our surroundings can subtly influence our mental state. Living or working in a cluttered, chaotic space can actually increase feelings of stress and exhaustion, according to research measuring stress hormones in home environments, according to research by Saxby and Repetti in 2010. On the other hand, taking a little time to declutter and create a cozy, orderly space can have a calming effect on your mind. You don't need to be perfectly organized, but try tidying up a bit each day. Make your bed in the morning, clear your desk in the evening. Add a touch of comfort like a candle or a soft throw blanket. These small acts can transform your environment into a kind of sanctuary. When your space is cleaner and more nurturing, you'll likely notice it's easier to breathe deeply and relax. A serene outer environment supports a serene inner environment. Cluttered spaces can create mental clutter. Studies observing home environments have linked disorganized, chaotic spaces with higher levels of stress hormones and lower mood. Conversely, tidier environments are associated with a greater sense of well-being and calm. You don't need to strive for perfection. Instead, incorporate simple habits like making your bed each morning, clearing off a desk at day's end, or setting a timer for 10 minutes of tidying. Add touches that soothe you, a plant, a candle, or a favorite piece of art. When your surroundings support serenity, your mind finds it easier to relax. Tidying can be turned into a mindful ritual by focusing on the sensations of cleaning and the satisfaction of an organized space. Play relaxing music or a podcast you enjoy while you tidy to make the process more enjoyable. Take a moment to appreciate the order you've created. A tidy environment can be a visual cue that invites calm. The spaces we inhabit influence our mood and mental clarity. Studies have found that cluttered environments can increase stress and reduce the brain's ability to focus, while tidy spaces promote calm and a sense of control. Organizing your environment provides visual and psychological relief, making it easier to relax and think clearly. Creating a soothing atmosphere doesn't require minimalism. It's about ensuring that the items around you support your well-being. Try decluttering one small area at a time. Donate items you no longer need. Find homes for the belongings you keep and use storage solutions to reduce visual noise. Incorporate soft lighting, plants, calming colors, or natural materials to add warmth and tranquility. Consider how your home smells and sounds. Fresh air, essential oils, gentle music, or the sound of a water fountain can enhance serenity. Establish routines for maintenance, a quick tidy each evening, a weekly declutter session, or seasonal deep cleaning. These habits keep clutter from accumulating and prevent the task from becoming overwhelming. A soothing environment extends beyond your home. Keeping your workspace organized helps you concentrate and reduces stress during work hours. When you create calm spaces, you signal to your mind that it's safe to unwind, supporting restful sleep and overall well-being.
Number 39. Get some sunlight safely.
Try to step outside during daylight each day, or at least open your curtains to let natural light in. Sunlight exposure, particularly in the morning, helps regulate your body's internal clock, which can improve sleep and mood. Biologically, sunlight triggers your skin to produce vitamin D and influences brain chemicals like serotonin, known for enhancing mood and calmness, according to research by Lambert et al. In 2002. Many people notice they feel happier on brighter days. Even in winter or cloudy climates, a brief walk or sitting by a window can make a difference. Always protect your skin, but do make sunshine a friend. The gentle warmth and light remind your body it's daytime, helping align your energy levels appropriately. Over time, this habit can reduce grogginess, improve alertness during the day, and contribute to a calmer, more positive state of mind, especially if you pair it with a quiet moment of appreciation for the day's natural beauty. Sunlight is a natural mood enhancer. Exposure to natural light during the day helps regulate your internal clock and boosts levels of serotonin, a neurotransmitter that promotes feelings of well-being. People who spend more time outdoors often report higher mood and energy levels. And light therapy is sometimes used to treat seasonal depression. Aim to get outside for at least a few minutes each day, especially in the morning. If you work indoors, position yourself near a window or take short breaks to step outside. Even cloudy light provides beneficial wavelengths. Pair this exposure with a mindful moment. Notice the warmth on your skin or the way light filters through leaves. Sunlight paired with presence can uplift your spirit and calm your mind. On days when getting outside is difficult, light therapy lamps or bright interior lighting can help mimic natural sunlight. Pairing your sun exposure with gentle activity, like stretching or walking, enhances the mood-boosting effects. As you soak up the light, take a moment to feel gratitude for warmth and illumination, a simple yet profound source of comfort. Exposure to natural light influences mood, sleep, and overall health. Sunlight helps regulate your circadian rhythm and prompts your body to produce serotonin, a neurotransmitter associated with happiness and calm. Short periods of sun exposure also stimulate vitamin D production, which plays a role in immune function and bone health. Aim to spend some time outdoors each day, especially in the morning when sunlight is brightest. A brisk walk, stretching on a balcony, or sipping tea by a window can help. Even on overcast days, natural light is more beneficial than indoor lighting. Protect your skin by wearing sunscreen, sunglasses, and hats when spending extended periods in the sun. Balance is key. Too little sun can lead to vitamin D deficiency, while too much increases the risk of skin damage. If you live in a region with limited sunlight during certain seasons, consider using a light therapy lamp that mimics natural light. These lamps can help regulate your sleep-wake cycle and improve mood. By seeking sunshine mindfully, you support both physical and emotional well-being.
Number 40. Engage in spiritual or reflective practices, if meaningful to you. For many people, spirituality or reflection provides deep comfort. This could mean prayer, attending a religious service, reading spiritual texts, or simply spending time in contemplative thought about life. Research indicates that individuals who regularly engage in spiritual practices or feel a strong sense of spiritual connection often report better emotional well-being and stress management, according to research by Banth and Talwar in 2012. Such practices can evoke feelings of hope, forgiveness, and connectedness to something larger than oneself. Even if you're not religious, reflective practices like writing down values, meditating on compassion, or walking in a place that inspires awe can serve a similar purpose. They offer a moment to transcend daily worries and tap into profound sources of peace and meaning. Embracing this habit can be like a soft reset for the soul. You emerge with a calmer heart and a clearer sense of purpose when facing daily life. Spiritual or reflective practices can deepen your sense of meaning and peace. Whether it involves prayer, meditation, reading sacred texts, or personal contemplation, engaging with spirituality has been associated with better emotional health and resilience. Such practices offer perspective beyond daily concerns and connect you to something greater than yourself. Explore what resonates. Attend a service, develop a personal meditation practice, or take solitary walks in nature as a form of reflection. If you don't identify with a particular faith, journaling about your values or expressing gratitude can provide similar benefits. Over time, cultivating a spiritual or reflective practice can be a sanctuary of calm and guidance amid life's uncertainties. Reflective practices can include mindful movement, like walking meditations, where each step becomes an opportunity to connect with the ground and your breath. You might also engage in morning pages, free writing your stream of consciousness to clear mental clutter. These practices anchor you in the present while tapping into deeper layers of meaning. For many people, spirituality provides a sense of purpose and connection to something larger than themselves. Engaging in practices such as prayer, meditation, attending religious services, or exploring philosophical texts can offer comfort, guidance, and community. Studies suggest that spiritual and reflective practices can reduce stress, enhance resilience, and foster feelings of compassion and hope. Reflection can be secular as well. Spending quiet time contemplating your values, journaling about your experiences, or sitting in nature and observing your thoughts can bring clarity and peace. Rituals like lighting candles, reading poetry, creating art, or practicing gratitude can ground you in the present and connect you to your inner world. If you choose to engage in a spiritual community, the support and collective energy can be uplifting. However, solitude can also be nourishing. Experiment with different practices to discover what resonates. By nurturing your spiritual or reflective life, you cultivate a deep well of calm and strength that you can draw upon in times of uncertainty.
Number 41. Express appreciation to others. Make it a routine to thank people sincerely, whether it's a quick text to a friend to say you value them, or a note to a coworker who helped you. Research shows that expressing gratitude not only makes the recipient feel good, but also significantly boosts the giver's happiness and strengthens the relationship, according to research by Seligman et al. In 2005. In one famous study, people who wrote and delivered a heartfelt thank you letter experienced a large increase in happiness, effects that sometimes lasted for weeks, according to research by Seligman et al. In 2005. By actively appreciating others, you foster an atmosphere of positivity around you. It gently shifts your focus
onto the kindness and support surrounding you, which can be deeply reassuring. Over time, this habit creates a virtuous cycle. The more gratitude you share, the more connected and content you feel, leading to a calmer and happier you and community. Expressing appreciation strengthens relationships and lifts mood. Positive psychology research shows that sharing gratitude with others amplifies happiness for both the giver and the recipient. When you acknowledge someone's kindness or effort, you reinforce connection and create a cycle of goodwill. Make it a habit to thank people in your life. Send a text of appreciation, write a heartfelt note, or verbalize thanks in person. Be specific about what you're grateful for. I appreciate how you listened to me yesterday. Doing so not only brightens someone else's day, but also nurtures your own sense of gratitude and belonging. Find creative ways to express appreciation beyond words. Cook a meal for a friend to thank them for their support. Share a playlist with someone who needs a mood lift, or offer to help with a task someone finds daunting. Action-based gratitude can speak louder than words and often leaves a lasting impression. Letting people know you value them strengthens relationships and enhances your own happiness. When you express appreciation, you deepen connections and create a positive feedback loop. Those who feel appreciated are more likely to reciprocate kindness, fostering an atmosphere of goodwill. Make a habit of acknowledging others' efforts and qualities. Thank your partner for making dinner. Praise a coworker for their creativity. Compliment a friend's listening ear. Specific appreciation, noting exactly what you value, has a greater impact than general praise. Consider writing thank you notes or sending messages of gratitude. Spoken appreciation is wonderful, but written words offer a tangible reminder that the recipient can revisit. If you're shy about expressing yourself verbally, letters provide a comfortable medium. By routinely expressing appreciation, you train your mind to notice the good in others and in your life. This perspective shift can increase overall satisfaction and reduce tendencies towards criticism or negativity. Over time, a culture of appreciation enhances trust, empathy, and calm within your relationships and community.
Number 42. Practice mindful eating. Turn some of your meals into a calm ritual by eating mindfully. This means slowing down and truly paying attention to your food, its taste, texture, and the feeling of nourishment it gives. Studies on mindful eating have found that it can reduce stress and improve enjoyment of food, even helping people with emotional eating patterns feel more control and satisfaction, according to research by Dolan et al. In 2010. Before you eat, you might take a deep breath or express thanks for the meal. As you chew, notice the flavors and try to chew thoroughly. Eating without distractions for even one meal a day can become a peaceful break in your routine. Not only can this improve digestion, but it transforms a basic everyday act into a form of mini meditation. With each bite taken in gratitude and awareness, you're likely to finish the meal feeling more contented, both physically and mentally. Mindful eating turns a routine act into a soothing ritual. Bringing full attention to your meals can improve digestion and satisfaction
and reduce overeating. Journaling about food experiences has been linked to healthier eating habits and greater awareness. Start by minimizing distractions, turn off screens, and set aside reading materials. Notice the colors, aromas, textures, and flavors of each bite. Chew slowly and check in with your hunger and fullness cues. Eating with gratitude, perhaps pausing to appreciate the efforts that went into your meal, can deepen the experience. This simple practice fosters a nurturing relationship with food and invites calm into your daily rhythm. Mindful eating can be extended to food preparation. Notice the colors and textures of ingredients as you chop and stir. Involve your senses fully when you cook, smelling herbs and listening to the sizzle of veggies in a pan. When you sit down to eat, take a moment to acknowledge the journey of the food from earth to plate, deepening your appreciation. Mindful eating involves bringing full attention to the experience of eating, noticing flavors, textures, smells, and hunger cues. Slowing down your meals can improve digestion and reduce tendencies toward overeating or emotional eating. By eating with awareness, you cultivate a healthier relationship with food and listen more closely to your body's needs. To eat mindfully, begin by eliminating distractions. Turn off screens and set aside reading materials. Take a moment to appreciate the appearance and aroma of your food. Chew slowly and notice how the taste evolves. Pause halfway through your meal to check your satiety and decide whether you need more. If you notice urges to eat when you're not physically hungry, explore the feelings beneath those urges. Are you bored, stressed, or seeking comfort? Consider alternative ways to address those needs: a walk, journaling, or a conversation. Mindful eating doesn't require strict rules about what or how much you should eat. Rather, it invites curiosity and compassion toward your eating habits. By savoring your food and tuning in to your body, you can derive greater pleasure from meals and cultivate a sense of calm around nourishment.
Number 43. Use relaxation techniques, progressive muscle relaxation. In the evenings or during stressful moments, engage in a relaxation exercise. Progressive muscle relaxation is one effective technique where you tense and then release each muscle group in your body, from toes to head. Clinical studies have shown that PMR can significantly reduce anxiety and improve sleep quality by easing physical tension, according to research by Khalsa et al. In 2015. Similarly, guided imagery or a gentle body scan meditation can cue your body's relaxation response. These practices work by actively switching your physiology from the fight or flight stress mode to a rest and digest mode. As your muscles unclench and your breathing deepens, your mind follows suit, often entering a tranquil, almost floating state. Over time, regularly practicing a relaxation technique teaches you how to quickly find calm in your body. It's a bit like training a muscle. The more you do it, the more readily relaxation comes, even amid life's chaos.
There are many ways to relax your body and mind beyond deep breathing. Progressive muscle relaxation, for instance, involves tensing and then releasing each muscle group from head to toe, teaching your body the difference between tension and relaxation. Techniques like guided imagery, visualizing a serene place, or listening to calming music can also activate the parasympathetic nervous system and reduce stress. Set aside a few minutes each day for your chosen relaxation practice. Follow a recorded guide or create your own script, taking your time with each muscle group or scene. Notice how your body feels before and after. Over time, these exercises build a repertoire of tools you can reach for when stress arises, helping maintain a steady baseline of calm. Explore other relaxation tools to expand your repertoire. Gentle stretching, restorative yoga, or even warm baths with calming scents can complement formal relaxation techniques. Keeping a list of activities that help you unwind allows you to choose whichever suits your mood, ensuring you always have a path to calm. Relaxation techniques help counteract the body's stress response and restore balance to the nervous system. Progressive muscle relaxation, PMR, involves systematically tensing and then relaxing muscle groups, teaching you to recognize and release physical tension. By intentionally relaxing muscles, you send signals to your brain that you are safe, which can reduce anxiety and improve sleep. To practice PMR, find a comfortable position and take a few deep breaths. Begin with your toes. Tense them for 5 seconds as you inhale, then release as you exhale. Work your way up through your legs, abdomen, hands, arms, shoulders, face, and jaw. Notice the contrast between tension and relaxation. Over time, you'll learn to relax muscles more quickly in response to stress. Other relaxation techniques include guided imagery, picturing a peaceful scene, autogenic training, repeating phrases that promote warmth and heaviness in the body, and gentle stretching or yoga. Breath-based exercises, as discussed earlier, can also be part of your relaxation toolkit. Incorporate relaxation practices into your day, perhaps as part of your bedtime routine, during breaks, or whenever you notice stress accumulating. Regular practice enhances your ability to switch from stress to calm more efficiently, giving you a useful resource for managing life's demands.
Number 44. Plan something to look forward to. Give yourself the gift of positive anticipation. Research in positive psychology suggests that having something enjoyable on the horizon can boost your current mood because you get to savor the anticipation of the event, according to research by Kumar et al. In 2014. Our brains often derive happiness not just from experiences, but from expecting them. Try to always have one small treat or activity scheduled in the near future. Talk about it, daydream about it. This is not wishing time away, but rather sprinkling joy into the present. When your week is tough, reminding yourself, I have that fun meetup in a couple of days, can be a comforting light at the end of the tunnel. It instills hope and breaks up monotony. Essentially, you're planting little stars in your calendar sky, so there's always something shining up ahead
to make the journey more pleasant. Having something to look forward to brings joy into the present. Anticipation activates the brain's reward system, releasing dopamine and creating an uplifting sense of excitement. A study of volunteers found that people who engaged in purposeful activities reported better mental health and life satisfaction. Plan small and large events that excite you. Schedule a coffee date with a friend, book tickets to a concert, or plan a weekend getaway. Even writing a list of books you want to read or recipes you'd like to try can boost mood. When things feel tough, thinking about upcoming pleasures can provide comfort and motivation, reminding you that there is always something good ahead. Try scheduling mini-adventures regularly, like exploring a new trail or trying a different restaurant, to keep life feeling fresh. Anticipation doesn't have to hinge on large events. Sometimes the excitement of a new book release or a planned movie night can provide a small but meaningful lift during the week. Looking forward to something enjoyable, whether small or large, adds a sense of hope and excitement to daily life. Psychologists note that anticipation often brings as much happiness as the event itself. Planning fun activities gives you a positive focal point, especially during challenging times. Your plans don't need to be elaborate. A weekend hike, a movie night with friends, a home spa day, or trying a new recipe can all serve as bright spots on your horizon. Write your plans on a calendar where you can see them. The visual reminder boosts positive anticipation. Balance spontaneity with planning. While it's lovely to have surprises, scheduling enjoyable activities ensures they happen rather than remaining vague aspirations. Involve loved ones in the planning process to increase connection and share the joy of anticipation. Remember that your plans can be flexible. If circumstances change, reframe the experience. Perhaps your picnic becomes an indoor tea party. The point is to nurture a habit of looking ahead with hope. This forward-looking perspective can enhance resilience, making day-to-day difficulties feel more manageable and infusing life with a gentle sense of excitement. Number 45. Find the lesson or gratitude in challenges. This habit is about gently reframing difficult experiences. When something goes wrong or you're feeling down, see if you can identify one small thing you gained or are grateful for in spite of the hardship. According to Barbara Fredrickson's Broaden and Build theory, nurturing even tiny positive emotions during stress can broaden your perspective and help you cope more resiliently, according to research by Fredrickson in 2003. For instance, if you had a rough day at work, you might note, "I'm thankful for my colleague who made me laugh during lunch," or, "Well, I learned how not to approach that problem." This isn't to sugarcoat genuine problems, but to acknowledge that, even in darkness, some light usually exists. Over time, this practice can become second nature. You may start to face challenges with a calmer heart, knowing that you can extract meaning or growth from them. It's like emotional alchemy, turning a bit of pain into a bit of wisdom or gratitude, which ultimately makes you happier and more at peace. Finding lessons in challenges transforms adversity into growth. Research on forgiveness and acceptance shows that when people process difficult experiences and release anger or blame, they experience less anxiety and greater psychological freedom. By looking for what a challenge teaches you, resilience, empathy, patience, you add meaning to the pain, which can make it more bearable. Next time you face a setback, reflect on what you learned about yourself or others. You might discover strengths you didn't know you had, or uncover areas needing gentle attention. Writing about the experience or talking with a trusted friend can help clarify insights. Over time, this practice fosters gratitude for growth and equips you to handle future challenges with more confidence and calm. Talking through challenges with someone you trust can help you uncover lessons and meaning. Hearing another perspective often reveals insights you may have missed on your own. You can also look back later with gratitude at your own resilience, recognizing that you managed to grow and adapt despite difficulties. Challenges are inevitable, but how you interpret them can influence your well-being. Psychological research on post-traumatic growth shows that people often develop increased resilience, empathy, and clarity of purpose following difficult experiences. By reflecting on the lessons embedded in hardship, you can transform pain into growth. When facing a challenge, ask yourself what it teaches you. Perhaps a failure highlights skills to develop or reveals the importance of asking for help. A health issue might deepen your appreciation for your body. A conflict could prompt greater compassion for yourself and others. Recognizing silver linings doesn't minimize suffering, rather it acknowledges that hardship can coexist with insight. Practice gratitude even during tough times. You might feel thankful for the support of loved ones, the strength you didn't know you had, or a newfound perspective on what truly matters. Writing down or sharing these points of gratitude can soothe the heart and remind you that even in darkness, pockets of light remain. Over time, viewing challenges through a lens of learning and gratitude fosters a resilient mindset. You come to trust that you can weather storms and glean wisdom from them. This trust reduces fear, enhances confidence, and contributes to a calm, balanced outlook on life.
Number 46. Limit doom scrolling and negative news intake. In our connected age, it's easy to become glued to distressing news or social media feeds, especially during turbulent times. However, excessive exposure to negative news has been linked to heightened anxiety and stress, according to research by Holman et al. In 2020. Protect your mental calm by setting gentle limits. Perhaps check news just once or twice a day from reliable sources, and avoid doing so right before bed. Curate your social media so it nourishes you, rather than constantly alarms you. By reducing the stream of crises entering your personal space, you allow your nervous system to relax. You're not putting your head in the sand, you're making sure to balance concern for the world with care for your own well-being. This creates mental breathing room. Many people find that after cutting back on doom scrolling, they sleep better and feel lighter, more focused on positive action rather than paralyzed by worry. Constantly consuming distressing news can heighten anxiety and hopelessness. A study examining media exposure during the COVID-19 pandemic found that greater daily exposure to news was associated with increased same-day and next-day worry and hopelessness. Doomscrolling, endlessly scrolling through negative stories, keeps our stress response activated. Protect your mental health by setting boundaries around news intake. Check headlines once or twice a day from reliable sources instead of continuously. Balance difficult news with stories of kindness and resilience, and disconnect from media before bed. If you start to feel overwhelmed, take a break, engage in a relaxing activity, or talk to someone supportive. Curating your information diet helps create space for calm and perspective. Replace doom scrolling with content that uplifts or educates. Follow accounts that share positive news, learn a new skill through online tutorials, or listen to podcasts that inspire you. By consciously choosing inputs that nurture your mind, you give yourself permission to step back from the constant noise and focus on what truly matters. Constant exposure to negative news, sometimes called doom scrolling, can heighten anxiety, sadness, and helplessness. During times of crisis, spending hours absorbing distressing headlines without taking action can leave you feeling overwhelmed. Reducing news intake to a manageable amount helps protect your mental health. Set boundaries around news consumption. Choose specific times of day to catch up on headlines and avoid checking during vulnerable moments, such as late at night. Select trusted sources that provide balanced reporting and avoid sensationalism. If you want to stay informed, consider reading rather than watching video coverage, as images can be more emotionally triggering. Balance negative news with positive stories of resilience, innovation, and kindness. Seek out sources that highlight solutions, progress, and human ingenuity. You might follow platforms dedicated to good news or stories of hope. After consuming news, check in with yourself. If you feel anxious or helpless, take action. Donate to a cause, sign a petition, connect with your community, or practice self-care. By engaging constructively or consciously stepping back, you regain a sense of agency and protect your sense of calm.
Number 47. Make time for self-care and me time. Each day, set aside some time that's just for you and your well-being. Self-care can take many forms: a warm bath, reading a novel, sipping tea while doing nothing, tending to a hobby, or simply resting. Studies have shown that regular self-care routines are associated with reduced stress and burnout, as they replenish your mental and emotional energy, according to research by Lee and Miller in 2013. Think of these moments as refilling your cup. When you treat yourself kindly and meet your own needs, you send a message of worth to your subconscious. I deserve care too. This not only improves your relationship with yourself, but also gives you more patience and energy to be present for others. By weaving self-care into your habits, even if it's 15 peaceful minutes of journaling or a short evening walk,
you'll cultivate a stable inner calm. Over time, this can build a resilience that carries you through busier or tougher periods without feeling as depleted. Self-care is about replenishing your physical, emotional, and mental reserves. Activities like journaling, reading, bathing, or spending time in nature all qualify. Anything that makes you feel nurtured and restored. Studies on expressive writing have shown that tending to your own needs can boost immune function and lower stress. Prioritize time for yourself by scheduling it as you would any appointment. It doesn't have to be long. Even 15 minutes can make a difference. Be intentional about disconnecting from obligations during this time. Over time, honoring your needs teaches others to respect your boundaries and helps sustain the energy required to care for those around you. A well-cared-for you is more resilient, grounded, and able to offer genuine presence. Create a toolbox of self-care strategies tailored to your interests. This might include a favorite tea blend, a relaxing playlist, or a list of nature spots you enjoy visiting. When stress rises, you'll have a ready menu of comforting activities to choose from. Remember that caring for yourself is not selfish. It's a necessary foundation for caring for others. Self-care involves deliberately nurturing your physical, emotional, and mental health. In a world that often glorifies busyness, carving out time for yourself is essential, not indulgent. Engaging in activities that recharge you reduces stress, prevents burnout, and improves overall well-being. Self-care looks different for everyone. You might enjoy a warm bath, reading fiction, practicing yoga, or simply sitting in a quiet corner with a cup of tea. Others find renewal in creative pursuits, nature walks, or cooking nourishing meals. The key is to choose activities that genuinely replenish your energy rather than those you feel obliged to do. Schedule self-care as you would any important appointment. Block out time in your calendar and honor it. If you feel guilt about taking this time, remind yourself that caring for yourself enables you to be more present and effective in your responsibilities. In addition to planned self-care, incorporate micro moments of nurture into your day. A few deep breaths between tasks, stepping outside for fresh air, listening to a favorite song, or stretching during breaks. These small acts add up, creating a baseline of calm and resilience. By consistently tending to yourself, you build the foundation for a happier, more balanced life.
Number 48. Embrace a growth mindset.
Try to view your abilities and intelligence as qualities that can develop with effort and time rather than fixed traits. Psychologist Carol Dweck found that a growth mindset, believing we can grow and learn from challenges, fosters resilience and motivation, whereas a fixed mindset can breed fear of failure, according to research by Dweck in 2006. Adopting a growth mindset means gently reminding yourself that it's okay not to know everything and to make mistakes, because that's how you improve. For instance, if you're not great at a new skill yet, add that "yet" and know that practice will help. This attitude can reduce performance anxiety and self-criticism. Instead of thinking, "I'm just not cut out for this" when facing a challenge, you might think, "This is tough, but I can get better with time." The pressure valve releases, and learning becomes more playful and less stressful. Ultimately, this habit instills a peaceful confidence. You meet life's challenges with curiosity rather than dread, which keeps your mind much happier and calmer. A growth mindset is the belief that abilities and intelligence can be developed with effort and perseverance. Research by psychologist Carol Dweck suggests that people with a growth mindset embrace challenges, persist through setbacks, and see effort as a path to mastery. This attitude reduces the fear of failure and encourages learning, which fosters resilience and well-being. You can cultivate a growth mindset by adding "yet" to limiting beliefs. I can't do this yet, viewing mistakes as information and celebrating the process rather than just outcomes. Surround yourself with people who encourage growth and seek out stories of persistence and transformation. As you internalize the idea that you can evolve, life's obstacles feel less daunting and more like opportunities. This mindset invites a calm confidence in your capacity to adapt and thrive. Growth mindset thrives on feedback. Seek constructive input from mentors, friends, or colleagues, and view it as an opportunity to improve. Celebrate the effort you put into learning, and be patient with yourself when progress feels slow. Over time, you'll see your abilities expand, reinforcing the belief that you can learn and grow. A growth mindset is the belief that your abilities can improve with effort, practice, and learning. Carol Dweck's research shows that people who adopt a growth mindset are more resilient, embrace challenges, and persist despite setbacks. They view failures as opportunities to learn rather than reflections of fixed inadequacy. To cultivate a growth mindset, pay attention to your inner dialogue. When facing a challenge, replace thoughts like, "I can't do this," with, "I can't do this yet." Recognize that progress may be gradual and that mistakes are part of the process. Focus on effort and strategies rather than only outcomes. Celebrate hard work and the steps taken toward a goal, even if the final result isn't perfect. Seek feedback and view it as valuable information for improvement. Surround yourself with people who encourage learning and growth. Read stories of individuals who overcame obstacles through perseverance. Reflect on areas where you've grown in the past. Remembering these successes strengthens your confidence to tackle future challenges. By embracing a growth mindset, you open yourself to new possibilities and cultivate a calm resilience in the face of change.
Number 49. Have meaningful conversations. Go beyond small talk when you can. Spend time talking about what really matters to you and the other person. Research using recordings of people's daily interactions found that those who had a greater proportion of substantive, meaningful conversations were happier, according to research by Mel et al. In 2010. Deep conversations, whether about personal dreams, fears, philosophical questions, or even recalling fond memories, help nurture a sense of intimacy and understanding. They make us feel seen and connected on a deeper level. Next time you're with a friend or loved one, you might gently steer the talk to something you genuinely care about. Listening deeply and sharing openly builds trust and strengthens your bond. These heart-to-heart dialogues can be incredibly fulfilling. They often leave you with a warm glow and reassurance that you're not alone in whatever you face, contributing greatly to your sense of calm and happiness. Meaningful conversations are nourishment for the soul. Beyond small talk, sharing personal stories, dreams, and fears fosters intimacy and connection. The Harvard study of adult development found that strong social bonds protect mental health and cognitive function, particularly in later life. Deep dialogue helps you feel seen and understood, and it strengthens the ties that make life rich. Make space for heartfelt conversations by asking open-ended questions and truly listening without judgment. Consider setting aside phone-free time to talk with a loved one over a meal or walk. You might also journal about topics you'd like to discuss, or join discussion groups focused on literature, philosophy, or personal growth. By engaging deeply with others, you cultivate a sense of belonging and calm resilience that surface-level interactions can't match. To inspire meaningful conversations, share your own thoughts and experiences openly. Vulnerability often encourages reciprocity, deepening bonds. You can also use prompts, perhaps from books or conversation cards, to spark deeper discussions in groups. Making space for honest dialogue builds trust and leaves everyone feeling more connected. Meaningful conversations enrich relationships and contribute to happiness. Psychologists have observed that people who engage in a higher proportion of substantive conversations, discussing topics like goals, dreams, fears, or philosophies, often report greater well-being than those whose interactions consist mostly of small talk. To foster deeper connections, ask open-ended questions and listen attentively. Encourage others to share by being curious about their experiences and avoiding quick judgments. Share your own thoughts and feelings authentically. Vulnerability invites deeper trust and intimacy. Set the scene for meaningful discussions by choosing calm environments without constant interruptions. Turn off devices, make eye contact, and give the conversation your full attention. These conditions signal respect and create space for honest dialogue. Meaningful conversations need not always be heavy. They can include laughter, imagination, and storytelling. The key is exploring what matters to each of you, building a shared understanding, and strengthening emotional bonds. Over time, these exchanges create a network of support and connection that enhances calm and joy. Number 50. Live in alignment with your values. Identify your core values, the principles that are most important to you, such as honesty, kindness, family, creativity, or courage, and strive to let them guide your actions and choices. Research on well-being finds that people experience greater life satisfaction and less inner conflict when they live in accordance with their values, according to research by Schwartz in 2012. For example, if health is a value, a habit of regular exercise or cooking wholesome meals will feel deeply rewarding. If community is a value, perhaps you'll make it a habit to engage in local events or help neighbors. Living authentically might sometimes mean making brave choices, but it ultimately simplifies life. You spend less time second-guessing yourself or feeling guilt because you know you're honoring what matters most to you. This congruence between your values and your daily life creates a sturdy foundation for inner peace. When your head hits the pillow at night, there's a gentle contentment in knowing, today I lived true to myself. And that is a quiet, enduring kind of happiness. Living according to your values creates harmony between your inner and outer worlds. When your actions align with what matters most to you, whether honesty, kindness, creativity, or family, you experience less inner conflict and greater life satisfaction. Research shows that a strong sense of purpose and values is linked to better health and longevity. To clarify your values, list what feels non-negotiable in your life, and reflect on how your daily choices support or conflict with them. You might use journaling or meditation to explore these themes. Then let your values guide small decisions like how you spend your time and larger ones such as career or relationship choices. When you live in integrity with yourself, you cultivate a deep, lasting sense of peace and contentment that supports happiness in the long run. Revisiting your values regularly ensures they stay aligned with your evolving self. Consider seasonal check-ins or milestone moments to see if your priorities have shifted. Let your values be a compass. When faced with decisions, ask which option best reflects what matters most to you. Living this way creates coherence and calm as your actions consistently reflect your inner beliefs. Living in alignment with your values means making choices that reflect what truly matters to you. Research suggests that congruence between values and actions is associated with greater life satisfaction and lower stress. When your behavior mirrors your beliefs, you experience a sense of integrity and peace. To clarify your values, take time to reflect on what qualities and causes resonate deeply with you. These might include family, creativity, justice, compassion, learning, or spirituality. Write them down and consider how they show up in your daily life. Use your values as a compass when making decisions. If kindness is a core value, choose actions that reflect kindness even when it's inconvenient. If health is important, prioritize habits that support it. Values-based living may sometimes require difficult choices, such as declining lucrative opportunities that conflict with your principles. Values can evolve over time. Revisit them periodically and adapt as your perspective shifts. When you deliberately align your actions with your values, you cultivate a sense of authenticity and reduce internal conflict. This alignment fosters calm because you're no longer pulled in directions that don't feel right for you. You move through life with a sense of purpose and harmony that enhances both happiness and peace.
Conclusion. And now we've reached the end of our journey through these 50 science-backed habits. Remember, you don't need to practice them all. Even one gentle shift, such as pausing to breathe deeply or noticing a small joy, can make tomorrow feel lighter. Happiness and calm grow slowly, like seeds, and tonight you've already planted a few. So, let your body relax, let your breath soften, and allow yourself to drift into rest, knowing you've done enough for today. If this has brought you comfort, please like and subscribe so you can always return to these peaceful reflections. For now, may your sleep be deep, your dreams be kind, and your tomorrow begin with quiet joy. Good night.